of the emergency broadcast system. In the event of an actual emergency, save the Amigas. Okay. I'm going to check to see what cameras I have working. The audience is down, show floor is down. That's not good. Okay, I'll have to fix that. Broadcast booth. Main should be up. Main's up. Yeah, if you want to, that'd be fantastic. But I have not checked out. Yeah, just tell them to check out the 205. No, I don't care. They don't care. They throw them away. Okay, good morning, everyone. I don't know who we have on the stream. In a few seconds here, we're going to get started, and we're going to get ourselves Matthew talking about the Amiga 600 GS. While he's doing that, I'm going to jump in and try to update the AmiWest website so that we can get a revised schedule and all the other things going that I have to get going. Unfortunately, I unplugged the broadcast machine, so a bunch of stuff broke on top of that. But I will make this happen. Yeah. So let me check to see if house is working. Testing 1, 2. Can you guys hear me out there? Is it good? Okay, I meant to drop that. How's audio, Robert? Check Robert's audio feed. Oh, crap. Fantastic. Do you want to do a quick check, Matthew? Is it on?
Testing.
That's good. I can make that a little hotter. Okay, so I think we're pretty much good here. Jesus, Rimini. Okay. Okay. I think we're getting ready. Let me go ahead and click this last button. Hope this works. Okay. Test.
A little bit of a buzz now.
Yeah, I'll turn it up.
Yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, AmiWest. Okay, AmiWest. I'm on both microphones. We're going to start the show. Brian, sorry to interrupt. Do you have any words for Sunday? Or are you good? Uh-oh, Brian has words. So, do you want more than 1, 2, 3, 4 people? 5? Okay. Because we're going to unplug this because it's got a horrible audio line. And so we'll plug that in when we leave. And it'll be their problem after. So let's get you mic'd up, and then you can run on the house speakers. Okay, Brian is going to kick off the show, and then we're going to have Matthew give us a demonstration of his A600 GS and possibly other announcements of other projects he's working on. No pressure. It's muted on my side, Brian. I got to get in there. It's a little sparse in here for boing ball antics. Okay. Oh shoot! I should transition over here. Okay. 3 is up. You should be hot, Brian.
Okay. Is that working? It should be working somehow.
You're a little light. Open it up and throw this. Is the switch up or down if you open the front part?
Oh, gosh.
Oh, you know what? I haven't used that one much. It's probably over here. It's over here. I got you. Go. You're good.
Okay. Is that coming up?
Yeah, you're good.
Hello. Time out. Okay, time up. We're in. All right, cool. Yeah, first of all, thanks for everybody being here. Alex Rich came from Arizona today to be at AmiWest. So he's a SAC club member. And I just wanted to put in a little commercial for the club. All of you can attend our club meetings online every month. You go to sac.org. We have a link that you can click open. I think we're still using Jitsi for the stream. Is that right? Is that what we're doing at this point?
Yeah, they have to mail me the link. We don't publish it, so we don't get like pornographic meetings.
Okay, so SACVP at AmiWest.net. Is that you for this purpose?
Yeah, they can do that, or they can hit me up on Facebook.
Okay, that's how you can get into the meeting every month. We're trying to do things like demos, projects, new product news. I was just talking to Michael back here about being beta testers for some of his new stuff, and we try to maintain an active posture here. That's one of the things I wanted to say, because a lot of times people meet once or twice a year or have no monthly presence at all. We're not like that. So when we have a lot of people doing some interesting stuff with Amiga, and we wanted to invite you all to participate. Today we have a good program put together by Bill and Jerry, who's been doing all this stuff for probably at least a year, and so we also have some very expert demonstrators. Chris Nelson being one of them, has done special presentations on soldering and modifications and other kinds of things like that that would be of interest to somebody, especially in the classic field. So those are some of the things that we do here at the club, and we'd love to have you all come in. Right now we have a new membership fee, which I think is is $3 more a year than it was. What are we doing? $15 a year now? Okay, so $15 a year is what it takes, but you can come and attend without being a member if you want. Being a member gets you on our mailing list, and it also gets you monthly notifications, and so all the other communications are sent to the members. We try to keep the list small, and we don't fill your inbox with junk, and we don't publish the list or sell it. So those are things that people need to know these days, because often that happens. We don't do those kinds of things here. So again, thanks for coming, and turn it back to Bill and see what's going on with the rest of the presentations this morning.
It's going to be Matthew. He's going to jump into the Amiga 600 GS demonstration. You've shown this at a couple other places.
Yep.
And we should be ready to rock and roll. So Matthew, go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, AmiWest. Can you hear me? Yep. All live. This is the A600GS. This is a project that we've been doing for quite a while. It's about a year's worth of work so far. It's been a long-standing project that we've been first came up with in about 2013. We used to have some you might have seen our arcade joysticks, and we had a few concepts of building in a emulation box into our arcade Evolution joysticks a few years ago. But we pitched it to a couple of people, but nothing came of it. So this is an evolution of the project. Whoop. So what is the A600GS? It's a low-cost game system for running classic games and applications. It's the benefits of it, the hardware features are, it's a small, lightweight and compact box, plugs straight into your television via the HDMI, because that's pretty ubiquitous these days. It has two 9-pin ports on the front, which can accommodate a classic Amiga joystick, or a classic Amiga mouse. It's got wireless internet, which is great for downloading software, for downloading the system updates. Bluetooth audio option, so you don't have to just go through HDMI audio. You can hook it up to your Bluetooth box, like the sound bars that you get commonly, and you can get the sound through there. It's powered by USB-C, so that's pretty useful. As we found out in our hotel room, we just plug it into any USB socket and away you go, and it'll power up. The software features, it supports ADF, HDF. We've got also a file system format that we're supporting at the moment, which you can set up partitions, system partitions, work partitions, exactly as you want, and load your software on there. Save states. Do you all know what save states are? It allows you to save a game at a certain point and snapshot in time and then resume from that point. So it's quite useful for cheating in games, or if you want to bypass all the loading mechanism of a game, because Amiga games take quite a while to load sometimes. You can download software from the internet or install from USB. It's up to you which way you want to do it. And once you've got lots of software on there, you can search and filter through your games, your scene demos, or your applications. Anyone who's got an X5000 or an X1000, you probably are familiar with the Amisphere login. That allows you to download all your updates for the enhancer. So we've kept the same system, so it connects to the same server, and it downloads all the same in the same mechanism, the same with the same username and password. And also we got plans for AmiStore later on this box, so you can use your Amisphere login to log into AmiStore. The project internally is called Good Stuff, which is a B-52 tradition with the B-52s. Luckily enough, it also the first two letters are good for game system. The main developer is Andy Broad. He's joined us as a developer, so he's an employee of AmigaKit now, and he's the main developer behind this. Kevin Saunders created the great graphics for it. He's a great guy. He's got some fantastic talents. You might have seen reshoots. He did the game for that, the graphics for that game. And so his talents are limitless. Rabbit Hole Computing was responsible for the I/O board that's built into this, and that interfaces with all the Amiga ports. So we're really grateful for the help from Rabbit Hole on that. So the actual hardware, there's two variants. So you can get the standard version, which is going to have 2 gig of memory and 64 gig of internal storage. 64 gig should be enough for most Amiga games. I think there's about 4,500 Amiga games. But you can also partition it off, like I said, and put system software on there or whatever application software. The Plus version's got 4 gig of memory and it's double the amount of storage, 128. So what you get with it, you get a joypad. It's got the CD32 layout on there. That's used primarily for controlling the interface. There's an optional mouse that you can get with it. And the mouse obviously is useful for the applications, which I'll show you in a second. So the applications, pPaint 7.3, that's the latest version. That's created by Aeon Technology. And also, Aeon bought some years ago Octamed, the rights to Octamed on the Amiga. So that will be bundled on it. We also put in Dopus on there, so you can use that as your file manager. And all the files will be in a common directory, so you can interchange all your creative files between each application quite easily. The compatibility, it uses a custom Aros ROM to do the booting. We've modified that a little. optionally, you can add other ROMs. It's up to you. These are supplied by the user. It supports AGA, OCS, ECS, and also RT. Commands and system files, and we've backported them to 68K, and they will feature on this system. And there's a brand new icon set as well, which looks like this. So they're quite nice, the icons for it, aren't they? Yeah. A guy in Belgium, Stefan B. here, so he did it for us. I saw him in Amiga 38, and he was really keen to get his icons out for the public to enjoy, you know, and see his artwork. But yeah, he's great talent on that, I think. Yeah. So the forthcoming development goals, we've got to implement the Ami Store for it. So we got Ami Store for the X5000, but we need to get it on this now and get that up and running. It won't launch with Ami Store because otherwise, if we launch with Ami Store, we'll never get it out. You know, there'll be feature creep after feature creep, and it'll end up as a perpetual project. And the save state system, I want to get that to an advanced state, so you can do multi-saves. You've got it states, and maybe you could tag the states as well. So you could say, oh, level 1 in a game, level 3, you know, and you can jump between the states. So we want to implement an advanced save state system. Okay, so I'll demonstrate the actual unit itself. Hopefully this will work. So this is the A600GS. These are the games that are loaded onto it. It's not going to have any games loaded on, but you know, it's up to the user if they want to convert their games across. At the top, you can, if you've got a lot of games, you can actually filter between all the games. And you'll notice, because I haven't got a keyboard connected to this, it'll accept a USB keyboard. You can bring up the virtual keyboard, and you can actually filter your games by typing in their names, and it will just like filter them through. Everything's controlled by the shoulder pads on the joypad and the crosshairs, so you can move this big yellow cursor around and select which games and titles you want. So these are games. There's applications as well. So if you wanted to go into an application, like P-Paint, for instance, very famous application, press start, and it should load up. And there you go, there's P-Paint. And you can use the mouse and play around with it to your heart's desire. And then you can load your scene demos, because I don't know if scene demos are big in the States, but in Europe, scene demos there's a big following for scene demos. So you can filter by your scene demos. And once again, if you want to start the scene demo, and boom, it'll load up. So this demo's in ADF format, and it was loaded in by ADF format. But the larger scene demos you can load in as HDFs as well.
How do you handle disk switching?
That's a good question. I'll show you that. Yeah, that's a really good question. So disk switching, there's a menu button on here. So then you would just go down. If it was a multi-disk, it's not coming up on this, but if it was a multi-disk, it will come up, change disks. You click it, and away you go. You notice if you want to capture a screen image, you can do that, and there's a storage area inside the A600GS, so you can capture a screenshot. You can also save to the thumbnail, so if you're wondering how you customize your small floppy disks on the menu, that's how you do it. And of course, you can save the state as well, so at any point. I don't know the answer to that question. I think we've customized it a bit, but I think we might be able to do some sort of conversion utility or something like that if you want to export your save states, yeah. So you can actually edit all your titles. You can add fields like subtitle, author, publisher. You can protect it from being deleted. You can tell it to load from the save state or miss the save state completely. Select your model for compatibility, because that might be important. And the category that it lives in, and that's set by the filter. And then down here, you can speed up the ADFs and add the ADFs in this section here. So that goes back to your multi-disk game, and then it'll detect a multi-disk game and allow you to switch disks between it. The B icon means it's the boot disk. So if you've got lots of disks and you want to specify the boot floppy, it'll show here. So let me just. So these are the other sections. So I mentioned that there's an AmiSphere login. So if you connect it to the internet, you type in your AmiSphere username, your password, and in the top right-hand corner, the GS will tell you if there's an update to download, a system update. And it takes a few seconds. It'll update it for you automatically, restart, and you've got the latest firmware. So we've used, as you can imagine, in development, we've used this quite a bit. And then the other things that you can set your audio so you can play through HDMI audio, or you can play through Bluetooth audio. These are the audio levels. Change your language, your keyboard, connect to a network, connect to Bluetooth. So this is all your Bluetooth devices. And your system setup. Any questions? Yeah, we haven't got a browser yet, but.
So obviously a lot of Bluetooth has high latency, but is this 5.1 for audio?
Oh, I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure on that. But there is a little bit of latency when we're using the Bluetooth. Yeah, on more complex games, I'd imagine that the Bluetooth will have a small bit of latency, but we'll have to. We are optimizing this at the moment. Yeah.
What's the device look like?
Oh, so the actual device here. It's a very small box, very lightweight. At the moment, this is a prototype. We don't have the front and back bezels because I had to jump on a plane before with this prototype. These are the two DB9s, so you can hook up your regular Amiga joysticks and mice to it, and then you've got your USBs and Ethernets and HDMIs on the back. Yeah, so it's quite portable, good for a hotel, jumping on a plane, go to a hotel.
Is there a limit to the Bluetooth? I mean, can we hook up a Bluetooth keyboard, mouse, and like a PS5 joystick and just go to town?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, HID devices like USB keyboards, mice, they're going to be supported. My son said he's got a PlayStation 2. He said, oh, can I hook up my PlayStation controller to it? We're going to implement so you can customize the actual buttons and keys, because I think that's going to be something that's forthcoming. But yeah, that's very much in the plans, yeah.
When you are running an app like Paint on there,
Yeah.
you can then create the image and then save it to an ADF file, like a virtual ADF file. Do those show up under?
What we've got at the moment is we've got like a common area, like a work partition, think of it like that. So when you're in Octamed or ppaint or Dopus, everything goes to that common area, and then you can share the data between all the applications.
And then maybe we could use directory opus to save to a virtual floppy and then copy that on.
That's an interesting idea. Yeah. Well, yeah.
We want to bring stuff off this onto our regular.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a. I'll take that. I'll take that idea, and yeah, I'll run with that idea. Yeah, but.
I think more importantly, be able to mount the SD or USB drive.
Yeah. You can do that now. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that now because let me just show you. So if I get out of this. Right, yeah. So the question was about porting across data from a USB flash drive. So you would do that by using hooking up a USB flash drive into the back of this, and then you can actually go. We've got like a little file manager. I'll show you here. So this is doing it outside of the environment. So it would appear under here, your USB flash drive. You go into there, and you could copy files back and forth. You could do that with Dopus, but with Dopus itself, that would be on your system or work partition. So with Dopus, you would just yeah. Let me just bring up Dopus for you. Oh, hang on. Starting this again. So this is Dopus with Aros running behind it. And there you go. And there's your Dopus. So yeah, you would have all your files that will show in the common area, and you just put your USB in. It'll be mounted on the right-hand side or the left, and you just copy it across like you would normally you do in Dopus. Yeah. Just like on a regular, yeah. So we've got a documents directory, we've got a pictures directory, we've got a sound directory pre-made, and then that all lives on your work partition, and then you would just create any other directories that you want and just mess around with it as you wish. Sorry? At the moment, yeah, I've got one. Let me just show you the edit part. You can't actually view it at the moment, but so here, this is what Dopus runs from. So there's a partition called HDO, and that's with the Aros files on it, and it'll load that and load the Dopus files after that. So on some of the other ones, let me see if I can find the work partition for you. P-Paint's probably the best way to show you this. So P-Paint. So P-Paint has two partitions. So you've got your system and your work. So all the applications run from system, and then the user will then save all their data files into work, and then they can export them out of the GS or bring in new files. It's up to them. Yeah. So the question about scan lines, yeah. Scan lines is an optional extra later on. We will implement it, and at the moment we got so many features to add. You know, it'll be pushed down from AmiSphere through the updating system.
Are there any options for controlling like aspect ratio
Yeah. Yeah, that will be implemented just before release. Yeah, at the moment you've got 4x3, but yeah, one of the options we want to do is 16:9, isn't it? So you can see the borders. When I started the games, you could see the borders on the games. Yeah. Yeah. Like a screen grabber, that type of thing. Oh, do you mean change the backdrop and things like that, or theme it, or? Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. No, that's something we're working on at the moment, like an import-export. Yeah. That's an idea that we're just working on at the moment. We've got a ton of ideas, to add to it. And the project, it could go in many different ways. But yeah, that's something we've thought about, and we are going to implement. Yeah. So, any further questions? No, it's not going to be $64,000. No. Yeah, it's likely to be less than $150. So it's going to be a low-cost box. Yeah. So the idea is to get something that's low cost, because let's face it, all classic Amigas these days, the price of them is just going through the roof, isn't it? They're not affordable. And then you've got to get a scan doubler, and then you've got to find some way of hooking it up to HDMI television, which is always a challenge. Yeah. The release date? The release date, yeah. I think we're just a couple of months away from initial release, and then all the optional extras that people want, we'll push them down when they've got them out in the field. So. No, I think after Christmas. It'll be after Christmas, but very shortly after Christmas. Hopefully for Amiga Island, maybe we'll have it ready for Amiga Island. So that's the next big show. So any further questions, or that's it? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Just mute your microphone.
Okay.
And we'll get that fixed up. In about 20 minutes, we should have Michael Schultz of the EMU 68K project dialed in via Zoom. After Michael, Dan is going to give us a quick presentation of his new game that he talked about at DevCon that he's working on. After that, I think we've got lunch, followed by Doug Compton at 1. Yep, that guy. An interview. Interview with Dan Resources from Lemon Amiga, and then I'm going to show connecting a OS4 system into a Windows box, but all the ways you can interconnect the machines, exchange data, mouse, keyboard, all things I do. I thought it'd be fun to kind of show. I might show how to play YouTube videos just to remind people. Little tutorial on some OS4 stuff. So that's the plan. That's at 4. And then at 4 o'clock, we run the raffle, and then the show wraps at 5, and I'm home at 5. I leave at 5:30. So that's the plan, everyone. Lots of help. Thank you. Give us 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Okay, everyone. Let me get off my workbench there. I'll switch to this camera so you can kind of see people are just chilling. Actually, no, let me get show floor. Yeah. Let me drive that around a little bit. Okay, so I'm just doing some quick updates to the website. I got to get Zoom going so our man Michael can dial in. I got to get the laptop going. So no shortage of activities. Man, I hate Zoom. God, I hate Zoom these days. I'll find a better tool. I should have taken my friend up on vMix and used that. It's so obnoxious. Sounds like a plan, Jerry man. Yeah, earlier I was going to unplug something and I grabbed the wrong wire and ended up shutting down the broadcast system. So it turned off all of my settings and everything, everything I had gotten set up to run this lovely event. And now I'm having to restore it a bit. Oh boy, that camera's annoying. Okay, you just deal. Okay, start day 2. Turn computer audio, rename. Oh, Daniel. That's early. Hey Daniel, can you hear me? Are you there? Okay, our speakers are coming in. Let me turn off the DSK. Thank you to the AmiWest sponsors. Thank you for making the show possible. We really appreciate it. I'll leave that up there for a few minutes. And I'm gonna out in the stream can. Is there a buzz? Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, AmiWest. We're about to start the presentation by Michael Schultz, who's going to be talking about the EMU68K and his work in basically allowing and enabling the Pi Storm project to be a thing. This is a Raspberry Pi connected to an Amiga on its processor bus. The Pi boots into Linux and becomes a 68,000 processor. Very, very, very cool stuff. He was with us, I think, last year, and he's back with us remote. So if you want to make your way over to the seminar theater area, we'll get our presentation started in just a second. That thing is called Soundtown, so I broke Soundtown. Sorry, hotel, I broke your shit. Michael, you should be able to hear me. And the world should be able to hear you in just a second. One second. Okay, Michael, can you do a quick audio check? Uh-oh. Oh, wrong one. Okay, you should be there.
Okay. So let me just start at this moment. It's okay?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What's going on? That should be working. Oh, it was working great yesterday. 1 second, please.
Okay.
Sound easy, speakers out. Okay, Michael, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, we got you now. We're good to go. Michael, take it away.
All right. So, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon from Europe. First, short word of correction. PyStorm and Emu68 does not boot into Linux. We don't have any Linux at all, so Emu68 is just by itself. All right, so today about Emu68, what's new, what's up with the project since last time I was at AmiWest, and how it goes together with the PyStorm. The presentation will contain of few parts. First, short introduction, how we met together, how it all started, and then about design goals of the accelerator, what hardware do we support, what troubles do we have to overcome, and also some numbers like benchmarks and so on. Finally, I will tell you what we are working on at the moment, and also what are the plans for the future of PyStorm and MU68. And finally, I will give some acknowledgement. Okay, so let me start with the introduction. So, as you remember from my last AmiWest presentation, we have started more or less in 2020 or 2019. November 2020, both MU68 and PyStorm project have met together. It was the point where I was more or less ready with MU68, but I was lacking the hardware which I could use to run it on. On the other hand, there was already some interest in Amiga accelerators based on the ARM processors rising. And at this point, Claude Schwarz had the hardware I was needing, and I had the MU68, so we had a cooperation which was basically just unavailable. If you remember properly, the last time when I was presenting MU68 and PyStorm, it was just the very beginning. It was still 2021, but at this point only initial support was provided for MU68. Many features were either not present or still lacking, and there were a lot of problems with compatibility of games, demos, and other kind of software. And what we also had was a relatively small user base of MU68 with PyStorm together, so we were in the need of some kind of acceleration, some kind of increase of the user base so that we have more testers and more feedback from the users. Okay, so this is how we met together, and this is more or less where I have left you last time during AmiWest with my presentation. And since then, many things have just changed or improved definitely. So what we have now is the open source accelerator. It's important to emphasize that we have both MU68 and PyStorm, which are open source. And we give them for free, and we are happy if people use them, build them, and do whatever they like with them. So what is the PyStorm in this combination? PyStorm is FPGA with additional hardware, which provides translation layer between Motorola 68K bus and Raspberry Pi. On the other hand, MU68 provides a translation layer between Motorola code and ARM processor code. At this point, what has changed from the last time? Last time I had both 64-bit and 32-bit ARM support. At the moment, the 32-bit ARM support has been dropped, and I'm focusing only on 64-bit ARM architecture. Okay, so Raspberry Pi hardware is exposed in the lower part of the address space in the lower 32 bits. Which means it's also accessible for the M68 code. As I have said at the very beginning, it's the bare metal code, so M68 does not need any Linux to run. When Raspberry Pi started, the very first thing which is loaded for the ARM processor is the MU68, and this is how it stays for all the time. MU68 is accessing 34-bit Amiga address space in a way of MIMU page fault exceptions. I mean, this part of the memory is just not mapped on the ARM processor, and any access there is resulting in a page fault trap. And the MIMU handler is using PyStorm to talk to the Amiga. Just a short reminder how it's working. So MU68 main execution loop is taking the program counter from Motorola CPU and is looking if it has already translated the part of the code which is pointed by the address. If this is the case, then the ARM code is just simply executed. If this is not the case, then the translation process is starting. The translation process is relatively fast because I'm not doing awfully time-intensive optimizations, which are known, for example, from other just-in-time compilers. the optimizations which we have a major impact on the performance, but they are not really very, very time consuming. So what we do there with Emo68, first of all, the most important part is the elimination of condition code calculations. Then the next part is the field update of the program counter register, which does not have to be updated every second or every single opcode. We have also subroutine inlining, plop unrolling, and instruction merging. What has also changed or improved from the last time, in case of the code which is executed from the chip memory, there is no unlining or unrolling of the loops because this greatly improves, or not improves, it increases the time which is needed to access the memory. So this kind of optimization is just disabled for this part of the code. So what is this condition code elimination? This is the most major problem when you emulate the Motorola processors, because nearly every single opcode is affecting the condition codes of the processor. And on the other hand, only few opcodes in your program flow depend on these condition codes, which means there are a lot of unnecessary calculations which just can be avoided if possible. And you see here the small example, which I have also shown during the last AmiWest, where you see that almost every single opcode is updating the condition codes. And after the elimination which we have in Emo68, you see that only there are two places which need somehow to update the codes or use the codes. So this is the very, very great improvement of the generated code from the ARM side. On the other hand, we allow also to inline the code which we have. There you see an example. You have the 3 subsequent blocks of the Motorola code, which are translated to the single just-in-time block, where the subsequent blocks from the Motorola code are just attached to the same block. And if the inlining distance is too large, then as you can see here with this JIT block D, the inlining is not taking place. On the other hand, we do not only merge the blocks in such way. We can also inline small subroutines if they are detected. If the target address is computable during the compile time of the Emo68, then the inlining is taking place. As you can see here, if there is, for example, a branch to the subroutine can be put into the translated code directly without any need of jumping. In this case, jumping would mean that the main loop of the just-in-time translator has been entered, the new block has to be searched for, and so on and so forth. And the last important optimization which we are performing is loop unrolling. It means in this case, Emo68 attempts to align itself on the beginning of the loop, and the loop can be repeated several times. This is a runtime configuration option. In this case, if you have a small tight loop in the M68 code, the loop can be repeated several times just to avoid branching. On the other hand, this inner loop, I mean the jump to the beginning of the loop will be performed without going out from the block of the code. The corresponding instructions are added to the translated ARM code directly. The last very important part which has appeared in Emo68 more or less 1 month ago is instruction cache. The problem with Emo68, which we had all the time, was the performance of all the games or demos, for example, especially for the code which was running from the chip memory. The one problem was, for example, this inlining range, because we had to scan in advance the code in the memory, and if the most of the code was in the chip memory, we had to perform many accesses to the chip RAM, which was not really so fast, and it was affecting the performance in a very negative way. What we have added recently is the instruction cache, which is used in a little bit illegal way from the chip memory, but it's still working. It's the way-set associative instruction cache with 128 sets at 8 ways and 16 bytes per cache line, so it's 16 kilobytes in the total. Using pseudo last recently used algorithm to optimize the flushing of the cache lines if there are some other in the need. It is used only during the translation phase and checksumming phase of the code. The cache is also automatically invalidated during the rise to the chip memory, and as a result, we have a greatly improved translation time and verification time of the code which is running from the chip memory. And finally, what's most important for the users is that with this instruction cache, most of the old demos or games which had problems before are working now without any issues. So when speaking about issues, in case of Amo68 and PyStorm, we have to deal not only with the most recent software or modern software in terms of Amiga, but also with kind of old software, old games, old demos, which contained a lot of optimizations which are at the moment not really so great for Amo68. For example, self-modifying code, which was used really a lot in the old software. Most of old or many of the old demos games were targeting only the pure 6800 as a target, and they were or they still have problems even with Motorola 040 or 060. In many cases, Amo68 with Python together was either too fast or too slow to operate properly, and it's not so easy to match the performance of the Amo68 at the same time with the required slowness, I must say it this way, required to run, so, for example, old software. What we have provided is a tool to adjust most of the important parameters of Amo68 during the runtime, which means you can make Amo68 more compatible or more slow without any need to restart your Amiga or whatever you would like to do. So let me just briefly go through the options which you have or which you can change. One of them is the instruction depth, which means how many M68K instructions can be put into the single block of the translated code. This value can vary from 1 up to 256. The low values can make Amo68 in generally pretty slow. On the other hand, they allow you to increase the chances of detection of self-modifying code. Inlining range and inline loop count are the features which I have mentioned already before, which means low values reduce the occurrences or chances for inlining. On the other hand, these options have effectively zero impact at the moment in the new versions of Amo68 for the code executed from the chip memory, because these are disabled automatically. Another important feature is this elimination of condition codes calculations. This can be adjusted with the new parameter which was introduced more or less 1 month ago, which is the CCR scan depth, which means how many instructions, Motorola instructions in advance will be scanned to decide if the computation of conditional codes is necessary or not. Low numbers result in less effective elimination of the computations. On the other hand, large numbers will mean that a lot of code has to be read from the chip memory, for example, or in general from the memory in advance. For every single opcode which is translated, it would mean, for example, you have to read something like 200 or 300 bytes in advance, which can impact the performance. Also important notice is the large numbers for this scan depth shall be avoided in case of self-modifying code, especially self-modifying code happening in the very short range, like it is, for example, in the case of the state-of-the-art demo, which is modifying, where the one instruction is modifying exactly the subsequent instruction. So in order to avoid any trouble with detecting if the condition codes have to be calculated or not, this number has to be put as low as possible. Okay, so what do we can adjust to are the slow chip option, which means if this is activated, every single instruction which is executed on the ARM side already is also reading its own opcode from the original memory location, which means if the code is executed from the fast memory, it's fast. On the other hand, if it's executed from the chip memory, you will have generic slowdown for every single opcode which is executed. Can be used just to make AMO68 slower if needed. And the last two options, which are pretty old already, is the soft flash possibility, which does not empty the just-in-time cache. It will just invalidate it so that before the code is executed, it will be rechecked if the original code has changed or not. And finally, the fast cache, when it's disabled, a checksum of every single translated block of the memory will be verified prior to the execution. Finally, the last but not least important change was found in the pinball games. So many old Motorola code was using busy loops to introduce small delays into the code. As you can guess, such small busy loops, especially with loop unrolling and aligning of the loops to the start of the translated ARM block, would execute awfully fast, way too fast for the purposes which were where they were designed for. So the busy loops were just not working with AMO68, and we have added with help of some other guys, like for example Parai from EAB. We have added the option to make only this kind of busy loops much slower. You can see it on the right side in the example. There you can see 3 additional memory accesses. The result of this access is not used for anything, so I have just put a dash there. And if the AMO68 will detect such a tight DBF loop, it will introduce additional memory reads just to make it slower and to make it operating as required. And this is the huge change which will be introduced in the next release of AMO68. It's not yet available to the download, but it's a matter of a few days. What we also have are the performance counters, which can be accessed anytime from the Motorola side of the code. One of them is counting number of executed M68 instructions. The other one is counting the ARM processor instructions executed. And the tool which you can see here is also showing the effectiveness, which is the ratio between the ARM instructions and the Motorola instructions executed at the time. So for example, if for a single Motorola 68 instruction, only one ARM instruction would be generated, it would mean that the effectiveness is at the 100%. On the other hand, in this example here below, you can see that there was, at this moment of taking screenshot, the effectiveness of 15%. It's still pretty nice, but there are also cases where it's much faster than here. Okay, so this is about AMO68, and let's get back to the PyStorm and AMO68 together. So what do we have now? During the last AmiWest, basically only the classic PyStorm for Amiga 500 was existing. It's still existing and it's still being supported by us. The classic PyStorm is working on the 6800 bus and it can be installed in Amiga 500, 500 plus, 600, 2000 and 1000. It allows you to use Raspberry Pi 02, Raspberry Pi 3 in all variations, and that's all. If you use not AMO68 but Musashi, which is the interpreter which was used previously by the PyStorm, and this is the one which is using Linux, You can also put this PyStorm in Atari or Macintosh computers. And then we have PyStorm 32 Lite, which is using 68020 bus. And this one is designed for Amiga 1200. It allows you to use the same Raspberries as the classic PyStorm, but it also allows you to use Raspberry Pi 4 or CM4. Just let me explain it shortly. The name PyStorm 32 Lite is a little bit confusing. It's an unfortunate name somehow, because it suggests you that it's the Lite, it's the smaller, slower, whatever version of the PyStorm 32. It is not. When the PyStorm 32 was created, there was the breakdown of the component market, so we had the problems to get the FPGA and so on. Many parts were just not possible to buy anymore, and Claude had designed PyStorm 32 Lite, which means in this case, Lite is lower cost but same speed and more Raspberry Pi models supported. Because the original PyStorm 32 was meant only for CM4 modules, and the PyStorm 32 Lite you can put, as you can see on this picture, Raspberry Pi 3, 4, whatever you would like. We have also designed a special CM4 adapter, which is effectively making the original PyStorm 32 out of the Lite version, and it allows you to install CM4 modules. It allows you to connect HDMI output on the back of your Amiga, and many other very interesting features. Okay, so that's the PyStorm, but maybe you would like to see how well it performs. So let me show you some numbers first. I'm sorry for showing sysinfo. It's not a good benchmark. I mean, it has some drawbacks, and it's not really so giving a real feeling of the speed of Emu68. But I have also shown you some other results. You may see DNetC results with computing the keys. OGR is or RC572 are doing more or less 2 million nodes per second, which is already very, very great number. You can see example of Quake 2 running at more than 30 FPS at the resolution 850 times 480, which is also pretty great. We were doing the Amiga 38 meeting at the last week, and we had many people just playing Quake 2 with our PyStorms, and they were really happy with the resolution and with the speed. The memory bandwidth in case of CM4 in this case is in the range of 4 GB per second. On the other hand, accessing chip memory is still not so great. Writing to the chip memory is already fast at the maximum which is possible with the Amiga 1200. On the other hand, reading from the chip memory is still a little bit problematic, but we are working on a solution to make it better. And just for the sysinfo, what's important to note is that in case of CM4 or Raspberry Pi 4, you get the performance in the range of 1 MIPS on Motorola side per 1 megahertz of the ARM processor speed. So you can see the result here. You can just find out of guess that the CM4, which was used to take this screenshot, was running at the 1.5 gigahertz. I have mentioned the Quake, so let's just have a look how it performs at the lower resolution. And you can see here the performance is just more than enough to have a very pleasant game. Also at higher resolutions is still not a problem. So if you like to use it, just have a fun with it and play the games which you were not able to play before. You can see here it was 70 FPS at the 320 times 240 resolution. Getting a little bit higher also gives you the speed which you would like to have, and which is just more than enough to have a pleasant game. A much better benchmark than sysinfo is, for example, AIBB. Here you can see the problems with accessing the chip memory. I mean, not the problems, but the performance. These are on par with regular Amiga. On the other hand, everything that is using CPU only is just blazing fast, I would say. So once again, ellipse drawing, you may see the chip memory is not the fastest one. On the other hand, if we do the CPU computations, we are just, I would say, pretty fast. Yeah. So what we also have is the performance, which is high enough to allow you to play 720p videos, what you can see here. I don't know if you have the sound or not. It's not really so important. It's the video which is playing just on Emo68, only with Motorola 68K code in the resolution of 1280 times 720 pixel. And as you may see here, the Motorola code is running at more or less 500 to 600 MIPS. The ARM processor is still not used for 100%, and it's fast enough just to have the pleasure and watch the videos. Smaller resolution videos can be watched, for example, if you like to see 2 of them at once, it's not a problem. What we also have are the demos. Many of them were not working previously. I don't know if it's loud for you or not. I don't know if you can hear it. The demos are just working at the full speed of any very good Amiga accelerator. Let me just turn it off. On the other hand, it's also fast enough to give you some OpenGL computations by CPU only. We still don't have any acceleration in this case. But still, it's fast enough just to enjoy it, even if only CPU is computing. And finally, for the classics, this is kind of old video already. It's, I don't know, something like half a year more or less, where I was playing with CM4, overclocked a little bit, and I have just started UAE emulator on Amiga using CM4, just to run something old. I mean, with the most recent changes to Emo68, you can run this demo, which will just run in a second, directly on Emo68, but that was just a small try. And it was still working more or less pretty well, I would say. So this would be an option for running, for example, very old software, which is not behaving as you would like to have it. It's performing still pretty well, I would say, when you emulate Amiga on Amiga, and both are on the Motorola code. Yeah, so this demo was just working fine, with some glitches in the case of the of few scenes, but on the other hand, performing fast enough just to have the pleasure. Yeah, so this is working, and smaller resolution videos, as you will see in a few seconds, are also not a problem. Okay, so another one, just having the pleasure of watching video, and what you see here, I was flashing the just-in-time cache just to show you that there was no jitter, which some could say in case of just-in-time translation, you have a jitter if you just flash the cache or whatever. The jitter is there, but it's slow enough to not notify it. Okay, so that's about the numbers and Amiga and beyond, what we are working on and what we are going to work in the future. So at the moment we have few hardware projects running. One is improvement of the FPGA firmware for faster read accesses, especially for the chip memory, which I have already mentioned. Also, Claude is working on new protocol for Raspberry Pi, which should improve the communication between Raspberry Pi and Raspberry Pi and PyStorm. This should have a very nice impact on the reading from the chip memory in case of Emo68. And we have also two projects which are directly hardware. One, also from Claude, is the frame grabber for RGB signal from the Amiga. which will use or which is going to use the camera interface of Raspberry Pi. This would give you the near to zero latency between your video signal and HDMI output from the Raspberry Pi. It would give you the possibility to use only one display attached to the HDMI. And also what I'm working on is the CM4 board for the classic PyStorm. On the side of Amo68, we are working on improving the FPU support still. I mean, we have made already very large amount of improvements, but we still are facing some problems with the precise calculations. We are going to improve the compatibility even more. I mean, at the moment, some colleagues have tested something like 1,000 games and demos for classic Amiga, and only few were not working properly or misbehaving. So we are already pretty great with the compatibility, but still there is some room for improvement. Another one is the video core acceleration, because the video driver at the moment is not using any kind of acceleration at all. And also I'm working on new drivers for AmigaOS. One of them is Wi-Fi and Ethernet. Ethernet only in the case of CM4 and Raspberry Pi 4 at the moment, because in case of Raspberry Pi 3, if you would like to use Ethernet connector, you have to use the USB driver first, because the Ethernet is part of the USB hub. And the last part, which will appear in the future, is NVMe driver for CM4 in case of PyStorm 32 with the adapter board which I have designed. So just for the video core acceleration, let me show you how it's going to look like. This is the screen mode 2556 times 1440, and I have opened a large window with the large bitmap there, more or less 8K resolution, and as you have seen, the screen dragging was just immediate, and also scrolling of the image is without any problem. This is already with the acceleration, but it's not available to the public yet, because as you may see there are some glitches on the screen, and I will release it once it's ready and usable. Okay, so this is what we are working on, and I have also already mentioned that Amo68 RC2 will be available soon. This will have some great improvements in the compatibility. Our colleagues on Discord channel have already tested some very nasty programs and demos and so on. And what's working with this new version of Amo68 are also very old software examples, like this one, working at the moment already without any trouble. And also, for example, the juggler and so on. So you can, at the moment, already run very old software from Amiga on your Amo68 with the PyStorm together. Okay, and the last but not least, our small pet project for the future, but it's really very distant future, will be the PyStorm in mini ITX form without Amiga, but on the other hand with multiple FPGA chips which will communicate with each other using the 16 or 32-bit synchronous bus. And the Amiga custom chips are going to be implemented in this board in different FPGA modules. So we are not going to use only one module for everything, but we are going to use something like it was known from the Amiga, where you have small FPGA chips, or where you have a chipset consisting of many parts, and every part is responsible only for one or two things. Yeah, but as I have said, not even rough estimation when it would be available, or when we will work on that is at the moment possible. Okay, so before I finish, in case anyone would like to ask how about Raspberry Pi 5, don't hold your breath. The problem with Raspberry 5 is it's pretty new. It's not already available to buy. We have ordered some, but they are not there yet. And the problem with Raspberry Pi 5 is basically its south bridge, which is on separated processor, and it's interconnected with the main CPU using PCI Express bus. The bus is very fast. It's just great. It can do several gigabytes per second of the bulk transfer. On the other hand, it has a setup latency, which is pretty high. I mean, you can transfer 1 gigabyte of data within 1 second without any trouble with PCI Express, but on the other hand, it will take you more or less 1 microsecond to prepare the transfer. And in case of the PyStorm or Amiga, where we are doing quite a lot of small transfers, having every time a 1 microsecond of delay will be just dramatic. And at the moment, we assume that Raspberry Pi 5 in the form as it is now will be not really usable for us. On the other hand, I have some hope that CM5 module, which will appear in a few months maybe, will be maybe usable for us. I mean, if they don't put this RP1 processor on CM5 module, then it should be fine. On the other hand, if they do, then we just can't use Raspberry Pi 5 and we will have to look for something else. Okay, so that's more or less all about Raspberry Pi and Emu68. At this place, I would like to thank all the supporters from the Patreon, the past ones and the current ones. And if you like Emu68, if you like PyStorm, your support is gladly welcome. I mean, in this case, support is use it, like it, fork it, test it, sponsor it, star it, or just simply love it. That you like Emu68, that you like PyStorm is basically the best reward for us. And also, I would like at this place to thank all who gave the votes for Amiga 38, where we have been awarded with the first place in the category of the hardware. All right. So, thank you for your patience. Thank you for listening to me. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate. Thank you.
Okay. Turn up for his audio. Okay. Let me turn all this down then. So we're going to do something a little different today for questions. What we're going to do is I got a microphone. So if you have a question for Michael, just walk up here and grab the mic. Are there any questions? After that whole presentation, I had some questions on registers, but we'll take those offline. Anything? Wow. Do you have a question? Okay. Stefan's got a question. Just pick up the mic and flip the switch. It's not on the speakers. There's a switch on there.
Hi, Michael. I have a question for
Hi.
you. Have you considered PowerPC support in EMU68 or PyStorm?
Not yet. I was looking at the PowerPC more or less, but it's not yet planned. Maybe somewhere in the future, but I'm not entirely sure if we need it. I mean, if there are enough reasons to implement it, I can consider adding it. But on the other hand, at the moment, there are many other places which are more important now than PowerPC, so it does not have a high priority.
Right on. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, I'll just say thank you so much for your work. I mean, I think it's energized the classic side tremendously and opened up new possibilities. Seeing a workbench running at 4,000 by 4,000 was pretty insane. For those who are at the show, Matthew has PyStorms for sale at his table. They're not very expensive, which is another magical part about this, is it's not like an 030 card where you're dealing with hundreds of dollars and then you got to buy a chip, or an 060 card. They're available for sale. There's a 1200 running a PyStorm with a Pi 3 on the show floor. Thank you, Michael. Really appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Big round of applause.
Thank you.
We're going to take a very short break, and we're going to transition over to Dan, who's going to show off his new game that he's working on for OCS Classic Amigas. Thanks, Michael.
Bye.
You can go ahead and disconnect, Michael. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get started here. How do you say your last name, Dan? Salvato. We've got Dan Salvato. He is going to be presenting his new project, which is, what's it called again? Magicore Anomala. Magicore Anomala. Let me pop over to here. So we got to get you mic'd up.
Hello?
Yep. Green is hot.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So you're ready to go.
We're good?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. Hello, everybody.
Take it away.
So, Bill just threw me in here at the last minute. I guess because he thinks my game is cool, so thank you for that. And if you saw it on the show floor already, then thank you. I had a blast talking to everyone who checked out this game. My name is Dan Salvato. I'm a professional game developer, and I decided for some reason to make a game for OCS Amiga written in 68,000 assembly. And here we are. This is what I'm working on. It's really interesting. I'm very young. I'm 31. Well, relatively young, I guess, compared to the Amiga. But I've always loved the platform. And I've always wanted to make a game for it. But I didn't just want to make any game for the Amiga. I really wanted to think about kind of the bit planes and the blitter and all the unique hardware that the system has and come up with a unique game concept that works incredibly well for this hardware. And this is what I came up with. It's a bona fide bullet hell game, which you're going to see in a second. And what I can do using the blitter and separating the bit planes in a unique way is I can draw up to 200 bullets every single frame and maintain a full 50, 60 frames per second in the game with 0 drops. I really want this to look, feel, and play like a modern indie game because I plan on putting this on Steam, you know, wrapped in an emulator, and there's going to be tons and tons of people who play this game who know nothing about the Amiga, possibly even never heard of it, you know, teenagers, young adults. So I need to make this a game that really appeals to them. And then once they like the game, I can tell them it runs on a machine from 1985, and it will blow their mind, hopefully. And that's how I'm secretly going to get some new Amiga fans in the next generation. And if you're interested in some of the more technical details, such as my development workflow, the tools that I put together, a little bit of the code, I did a talk during DevCon a few days ago, and you can look out for that recording on YouTube. Let's go ahead and get started here. I'm going to be a little bit quiet while playing, and you'll see why in a second. All right. How do we do? 11 hits. Not my best performance of the event, but yeah, that's it for the demo that I have so far. So I hope you enjoyed it. Like I said, I plan on releasing this on modern platforms as well, wrapped in an emulator. We're hoping to do a physical release as well, probably sometime in 2025. I plan to have a more playable demo, publicly playable next year, and it will not be this hard, so don't worry. This is just for me to show off. The actual game won't necessarily be this hard, or at least the difficulty will ramp up in a very fair way. Yeah, but it's been an absolute pleasure to code on bare metal for this machine. Like I said, I'm trying to do something really unique with bitplanes that really leverages this hardware in a unique way. So that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to engage with anybody about this.
Yeah. I didn't get your name, sorry.
Dan.
Dan. Cool stuff. A couple questions. Why not use the copper for the background? Why not use the copper for the background? It's all...
This is a placeholder asset
okay,
that I actually just grabbed it online for the purpose of this demo.
Oh, okay.
I
So
plan
you're
on
gonna
doing more interesting stuff with the copper and color effects.
Yeah.
But again, I don't want to do things just because. I want to do it if it's what looks better.
Yeah,
so there might be some backgrounds where just the composition of them, it won't work as well, and then others maybe I can do some, change the colors at different regions.
Right.
Just depending on the way the scene is put together.
Cool. And can you tell us about the development environment? Are you developing on the... Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you can watch DevCon.
Oh, okay, cool.
In short, it's all modern development environment. I'm cross-compiling from my PC.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's extremely seamless, very rapid, iterative process. It's amazing what tools they've created today in order to make this possible. And if it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't even be making this game.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Looks neat.
Anyone else? Any other questions? Oh, Trevor?
Can you tell us a little bit about your background and what you do for your day job?
Yeah. As I mentioned, I'm a professional game developer. I released a game in 2017 called Doki Doki Literature Club. It's a psychological horror game. And it kind of took off and solidified my position and allows me to continue making games moving forward. So I'm really grateful for that to have happened. That's pretty much it. I run a very small game development studio, but I'm doing this kind of as a passion project in my own time. And before that, I had some experience modding games on the GameCube and Wii, which is a PowerPC system. And so I was doing assembly on PowerPC, and so it was kind of a natural transition to 68K, which is sort of a similar feel in the instruction set. But that's a little bit about my background. I have a little bit of time, don't worry, but yeah, thanks so much for having me last minute. I really appreciate it. And I just got to say, this was my first AmiWest, first retro computing event at all, actually. And everyone's just been so welcoming and incredible and fun to talk to. I couldn't have asked for a better first event. And I will definitely be back next year with a demo that's playable for everybody. So again, thank you so much for putting this on. It's fantastic to feel like a real part of the community now.
Okay, so get yourself lunch. We have Togo's here. Donation, right, Jerry? If you take a sandwich and you don't put money in the kitty, we're going to find you. So please donate, because it is coming out of our pockets at the end of the day. And we're going to take a few minutes, and then we're going to do the raffle. Okay, so we're going to take a few minutes on the raffle, and we'll go from there. This microphone is wired into the stream. This is our level. So if that's super low. Oh, you know what? Let me nuke the board. Then we're good. Okay, that's what it was. It was coming in off the board, not background. So I have Trevor with me. It's going to take like 45 seconds for people to catch up. Trevor, why don't you give us some thoughts on AmiWest this year?
Well, I'm recovering from last night. I know.
I'm going to put this in my kit. I'm literally going to put it in my storage in these boxes, and it'll be here for next year, so it'll be 11 euros.
Oh, good. Yeah, AmiWest is always great, and it's my first AmiWest for 4 years because of COVID. And I've really enjoyed being back, meeting my friends, my AmiWest friends. We did party hard last night. I didn't the night before because I had a presentation on Saturday morning, so I can say that...
the audio was terrible and it was my fault, so I'm sorry about that.
Oh, don't worry. These things happen. But I made up for it last night. We had a good time and we tried to solve the world's problems, but I've forgotten now. Woke up what the solution was. So anyway,
I think it was 42 of something.
It could be 42, maybe 41 and a half. But I think it was 42. Yeah.
First question: where do you hope the A1222 will be a year from now?
Well, I hope that they'll all be sold and we'll be building some more. How's that?
That's a really, really good answer. Let me scroll back. One of the other questions was X1000 CFE update with RX support.
Okay. Obviously, the X1000 was sold with the Radeon HD for their HD cards. We've added much more Radeon cards since then, the RX cards. We do have the source code for CFE, and Steve Soley has that source code and is looking to build it and hopefully make the fix for those people, for only the few people that want actually to install an RX card when in the X1000, because the high-end HD cards, 7000 series, perform very well. Remember, graphic cards companies, they change the numbers, but some of the cards are really just the same thing with a few extra bells and whistles. So, however, the RX cards do, and some of the Southern Islands cards, that's some of the HD 7000 series, do support our more modern video drivers, which give you accelerated video, up to almost 4K. So yes, I can see why some X1000 owners might want that.
Yeah,
which is good.
Catch up to PyStorm. We have a couple shout-outs. Our buddy George and guy Nash from Croatia said hello.
Hi George, hi Nash.
There's a question here. What is System 54?
Okay.
And its goals and current status of it.
Okay. Well, Enhancer, the Enhancer software, which includes all the drivers, the graphics, the various other things, updated Ami DVDs, there's TuneNet, various other bits and pieces, Workbench Candy. Some OS4 purists, particularly developers or beta testers, don't like to, and I'm going to use the word corrupt, their system partition with files.
He's talking about Paul Sadlick. He's right there.
Yeah. Well,
and he yells at kids on his lawn too.
Well, he yelled at me last night as well.
Get off my lawn, you kids!
But he gave me a kiss later.
Get
so that's
out
good.
of my C directory.
So the idea was, well, actually with Enhancer, you can choose to install various components or not. It's up to you. So it's a choice. But one of the things that Matthew Lehman was very keen to do was to keep evolving and developing our software and be able to release it. Let's face it, OS4 has some excellent developers, and we've done to make some updates, but they don't get released because of the cadence of releases. It maybe has to be a full release, and so it could be a year, 2 years. I think the last major release was, 2020?
I can't even remember.
Right.
I don't even know.
So us beta testers, we get to try all this cool stuff, but unless it gets out to the users, they don't get to see it. So the beauty of having add-on components that you control, it means you can update them all the time, and we can update them through Updater.
And you have been.
Yeah, and we have been. Yeah.
Unlike the other parts of the operating system, which seem to be frozen in time.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to criticize anybody. There's lots of reasons.
Yeah. Well, from an end user perspective, they've not seen a system update, and we have seen enhancer updates. Fast.
Yeah. Well, it's been an enhancer update every year. There's going to be one this year.
Yeah.
And if we find bugs, and we do, thanks to our users' reports, if we find bugs, we can update them quickly through our updater.
Yep.
So that was the enhancer. So the reason for V54, Matthew thought, well, look, let's keep the system partition free from any changes, and let's have an enhancer partition which can self-boot. It would need certain components from, you still need an OS4 license, of course, but you need certain components from the OS4 to add to the enhancer partition or V54 partition, and that can self-boot, and you're not touching your OS4 partition, and you can leave it nice and clean, and take this dirty V54 partition over here, and just keep updating it as we bring out new updates. That was the reason.
Okay.
Yep.
George is asking about the QEMU drivers that you announced at Amiga 38, and wish you had done that here, but it's okay.
Yeah.
These are great. The question that George asked is, QEMU drivers are great news. Will they be packaged on their own? Will the VirtIO library be available for everyone to develop drivers free and early accessibility or easy accessibility?
I think the whole, it's really early days at the moment in terms of the VirtIO drivers. With the interest in emulation under QEMU or KVM, there was a lot more interest. You'll see people trying the Pegasus OS4 installation under that, but it's painfully slow. It's okay. It's painfully slow. Classic emulation or classic AmigaOS on PCs, it shows you it, but it's painful. It's not a really good experience, really. But it's nice to see, but it's not a good experience. So the idea was, well, if we can at least improve the graphics and get that up to sort of more normal standards, then that would give a much better emulation experience overall. Of course, there are other people that want to include VirtIO drivers. I know Jamie Kruger is interested, and others. And I think if we can work together on this, we can produce something in a reasonable amount of time, step by step, which will give people the chance to have their experience maybe on a laptop. There's your virtual Amiga.
Yes.
So that was the reason for doing it. Time frames, I've no idea, because these things, Amiga time is like
whales.
Yes.
It's more whale time scale. Like in the life of your average blue whale, it will be completed.
It will be completed. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's costing us money to do this. It's not inexpensive. So how we fund it going on and how we get other people involved, that would be an interesting discussion to have. So George, I'm actually quite excited by it, George. So and I think it's a good development.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I'll read the next question. The next question is the people on the A1222 Plus early adopter program, thanks for the plus, have received 0 updates from AmigaKit Aeon since they paid their first installment.
Okay. Well, there were no installments paid, actually. They bought a package, which... Yeah. Now they have the coupon. Now they have the coupon. They have first refusal on one of these systems. AmigaKit or Matthew will be liaising with AAA Technology, Lauren and Frank, and they'll be filing a list. And I would imagine in the not too distant future, they will be sent an email saying, "Look, here it is. Here's the price. Do you still want it?" And we'll then take it by first come first after that. So I'd expect that to come out. the good news is, if you didn't hear, I've actually paid for all of the board manufacture now. The last payment was made, 50% deposit, 50% follow-up payment. That was made, 2 days ago. So I expect the boards to be in our clammy hands soon, in the clammy hands of AAA technology in France, and we'll take it from there. But yeah, stand by for the communication from, I don't know what will come from me, it'll probably come from AAA actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you talk about what people will get with the A1222 Plus?
Okay.
What are they going to receive when you
Well,
get this thing?
at the moment, I've seen some price lists put out. They're very tentative, but the motherboard is supplied with a full price OS4 license, and if you buy OS4 off, from Hyperion, it might, or from one of the developers, so the retailers, it may be like 25, 30 euros. That's not the full price license. That's for if you already have a machine, have paid a license in the past, you get that sort of final update thingy. So we're paying the full price license.
In California, there's a billboard that says California adds $1.12 to every gallon of gasoline.
Right.
As tax. So that's what you're saying.
So there's a tax. There's a Hyperion tax,
Yeah.
which it's fair. It's fair. So that'll be a full license. It also comes complete with the latest version of Enhancer. So that brings you all the graphics drivers, all the extra software, all the other utilities, blah blah blah. So that'll come with the system, with the board, and then we will create a USB reinstall. So all the drivers you've got, all of the OS4 software, all of the enhancer software, all the drivers you need to actually reinstall will be on that USB. You'll also get a digital license from Hyperion to show you can download the ISO, but really what you really need is that USB reinstall.
That's new for Amiga.
Not really, no.
The USB recoveries.
No. All X5000 customers via Amiga Kit in the past got that recovery. All commercial ones. Beta test didn't because it wasn't available.
You figured it out yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yes. And then of course people can then, if they want a system built, they can pay the system build prices and.
You taking off, Dale? Yeah, I got to go. Okay, I'll catch you later, buddy. Thanks for coming.
We're just saying goodbye to Dale. Luck. Bye, Dale. Yes, so you can pick and choose your components to add, and I guess AAA technology will create systems for people. Yeah. But if, I've heard it saying, it's really expensive. Well, it is, but because of the increase in price of manufacturing and components. But if you compared it for SAM 460 to this motherboard, since we get OS4 they get OS4 as well. They get the lower cost version of OS4. Never mind, but they don't get enhancer and they don't get the graphics drivers. So if you bought a SAM board, you have to add those costs to it.
Yeah, it's definitely less than a 5040.
Yeah, 5040 is a good price, I think, these days.
Yeah.
But it's a lot less than 5040. Yeah.
So, next question. My other mic was messed up, so I threw it in the trash can. We got to refresh some of our kit here. I know. So there's a couple questions about PowerPC in the future, ISAs. Everyone's trying to find out where do you want to go, right? But hold on. So I want to blend that in with like 3 or 4 of these questions. There's another question from George. Develop more OS4 compatible hardware after. So there's a spectrum here. There is what can be done in the near term that's meaningful, most likely PowerPC, and then there's a giant chasm which will eat us all as we try to jump over it and fail as we get to what's next. So what are your thoughts on that?
Okay. Well, in isolation, it would be very unfair of me to say it's what we're going to do because there are a number of players in this field that have certain says. I would like to think. I like bespoke hardware because you control it, but there's no doubt that some of the hardware coming out now is extremely inexpensive, and you can utilize that development cost that's been sunk into hundreds of thousands of units and making them quite inexpensive. So I think for OS4 we need to sit down as a team, an OS4 team, a family. That's good. We say far now in New Zealand.
Choose your family.
As a far now. we'll sit down as a far now, and we'll decide the best way forward. I think that's the only way of doing it. Cooperation, not aggravation. I think it's the way forward.
Are you going to get like the smoke pots and like when the voting
Is that like? That's
no,
oh no
I
no.
was thinking more like biblical terms.
Oh,
like,
you're like the peace
a ray
pipe.
of light will come
The
through
peace
the
pipe.
building, and like, this is the decision.
Well, it also comes down to money and who's going to finance it, right? And that's always been the problem in even back to iTech days. If it wasn't for iTech, with the Amiga ones, they paid for the OS4 development, they paid for hardware development, and unfortunately, Amiga Inc. couldn't pay anything because they didn't have any money. So, as we learned last night. So when it comes down to how do we do these things, they can't magically appear. They've got to be paid for. Developers have to be paid for. Hardware has to be paid for. The time to develop and get to market has to be paid for. I hate to sound like a businessman, but I'm just trying to think, how would you pay for it?
Well, we need that. If we don't build a solid foundation that's built on a sustainable revenue stream, which is money, then there's no point where we are right now.
Well, you become a very, very, very expensive hobby, which is great. We love our hobby, but you're not. It's going to be at the speed of the availability of time and effort.
We need a business model.
We do, yeah.
Okay. So I have a question.
Go on.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Go on.
I don't like to do that.
Oh, that's not true.
So
yeah, I'm just joking.
The point is, you have a lot of projects that we've talked about over the last couple of years. Obviously COVID should have helped some of them because you're kind of trapped in your house as a developer. Can you update us on LibreOffice and some of the other things that you've had cooking?
Well, that's one I'm... I was going to say disappointed, but that's not fair. You've got one person working on a massive code base, right? So what we did about a month ago is all of the source code has gone to a central repository, and Steve Soley is looking at it now, and seeing if he can build it, because you have to build it. Obviously, it's a massive build program, and we're probably going to get some assistance in there, so we can have 2 or 3 people. It's a private repo. Eventually, of course, we might just open source it.
Well, you should.
Yeah.
You absolutely should.
Open source it and let everyone work on it, and then we'll see, who really has the skills to, because talk's cheap, and people with the skills to act and the dedication and willingness to work on it. That might be the way forward. Now, I haven't discussed that with Steve yet. He's busy reviewing the code and the build. So,
realistically, I think the energy is better spent on the browser project.
Yes. Well, the stuff that George and Ryan are doing. Come on, boys. We're really for that. So, yes.
But the point
if I can help speed that up, that'd be better.
Yeah.
A little bit of cash there to help speed it up.
This is my point. Focus on the browser, and then when the infrastructure and all that is fixed, then go back to LibreOffice, because who knows what dependencies are in there that are not solved, and all that. That is okay. One of the suggestions from Dr. Proton is a Patreon for ExecSG. Like, do you want to open up some money?
I've never thought about that, to be honest. I remember when I was trying to get, many years ago, I was trying to encourage developers to fund them to sell their software. They didn't want the funding because it gave an obligation.
Patreon's a little different.
But Patreon's a bit different. It's you're sponsoring someone.
Ko-Fi is cheaper, but
Yeah. I've never considered that, so I'm going to take it on board. Thanks for that.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else you want to say?
I was about to say something bad there. Thank goodness that I can finally say the A1222 Plus is out there. Well, I can't say yet because it's not out there. The A1222 has been out there for a number of years, and if you saw my presentation, I wanted to give a little history lesson to show the trials and tribulations of trying to bring out bespoke hardware, and it's fun. I'm really pleased, relieved, and I hope it's a success. That's my main thing on A1222 Plus. It was really great walking around the show, seeing all the X5000s on display and being used. And I'm not worthy when I look at some of the setups that people have got. I mean, your setup for a start. LD is A1222 setup. Is it phenomenal? I mean, it puts me to shame, really. So yeah, what people do with their machines is wonderful. It's very Amigan. You know, we used to be so we personalize our Amigas, and that's what I see when I walk around. It's fantastic. Yeah. So that's my main little comment from the show. Hopefully I'll be at the Island show in January. Still thinking about that. I was quite impressed by. I haven't really looked at the A600 game system, GS that's an Amiga kit project. I haven't really looked at it. I'm actually quite impressed with it now. Now I've actually seen it, and the fact it really is. You go online. I imagine at the end of the day, it could be your little portable Amiga. And it give you
you can get small, better powered screens.
Yeah.
Laptop out of
Yeah. But wouldn't it be nice if we could do that with OS4 as well?
Well, we can't. Actually, that's not true.
Not yet?
We can, but it's super slow.
Yeah.
That's one of the questions. What about future? Let's go 3 years from now. What do you...
Well,
I mean, obviously you want another machine.
Yeah, you have to be careful because, we Amigans, we want to hold out for the next one that's coming. And sometimes we don't buy the one that's there. We don't want to Osborne ourselves.
Sure.
But what would I like to see?
Let me
what would I like
around.
to see?
Let me flip this around.
Go on then.
If I'm someone who's going to buy an A1222 Plus, am I buying the end, or am I buying to pay it forward so that 2, 3, 4 years from now I can get what's next? The community. I mean, 2 years from now, people will be buying more hardware.
That's a good question, and I'm glad you put it that way. I would like to think. Personally, I love, I love.
I'm going to answer this for you. I'm answering this for Trevor. The reality is this: they did a batch run of, and I got a microphone's hot. They did a batch run of, you said like 110 A1222 Plus. If those sell quickly, you will make more sooner. If those continue to sell, the likelihood of a follow-on board with available components gets much higher. It's a very simple economic, mathematical thing. If you don't buy them, there will be no more. It's as simple as that. That's what you want to say. I can say it that way. Okay. Yes. There's another question about ExecSG from First Ninja. I'm not going to put this to Trevor. We're going to wrap because we got to move on here at the show. But we here at the show will physically threaten them to make sure they release something sooner than later, things that are under their control.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. So anyway, thank you, Trevor.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure. I hope everyone online enjoyed our conversation here.
Thanks for all the questions.
Yeah, it was great. I'm glad we were able to do this. A little cleanup, a little personal time. So we're going to move back to our regular schedule. We're going to find Jerry. We're going to do the raffle. And then at 1 o'clock, I got Doug Compton talking about the Amiga Art Project. So I got to get all that kind of set up.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And I'm going to pop it over to Amiga Game or YouTube demos that Andre is running on our main screen here. So we're going to do that now.
All right, we're getting close. Final tickets are being placed in the bag. Ticket poll is shutting down.
You debugging and you come first with the duck, like a rubber duck. But you how you now I use the yeah, you need some.
Are we ready? All right, everyone, we're about ready. Start pulling tickets. Unfortunately, our official ticket pooler is at a birthday party right now, so I need to enlist help from another person to help pull tickets. I was hoping that maybe Dan, our first time attendee, could help as a ticket pooler. Dan? Could you help me with the ticket run, with the pulling tickets for the raffle? All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's a hard act to follow, but so before we get into this, we have several items that are digital delivery. So for those items, you will see Josh, so he can get your email address. And unfortunately, 3 of our items here did not make it to me in time. So we'll also for those go to Josh.
Just make sure I win, and then I'll take care of it later.
Oh, okay. I'll pick the ticket.
So for those, we'll need to get you over to Josh so we can get your shipping address, so we can get those off to you. So I'm going to do these a little out of order to try and make it a little more manageable for the address collector. I'm going to start out with a digital delivery item. This is the pixel portrait from the Design Droid. You can send a picture of yourself or someone else, and he will give you back a pixel drawn version of that you can use for your favorite social site, put it into a game, do whatever you want with it. So let's see here. Can we dump those into our Oh, damn, like a pressure sticks in a lot. Good mix. Dan's a gamer, he knows how to do this right. Let's see here. Put my glasses down. 417 795. 417 795. Oh, you're kidding me. All right, this will be an easy one. This one's me. If you follow me on social media pretty soon, there will be a digital me. All right, so let's for the next one. Let's go. Oh, this is beautiful. Let's do. This was donated by Trevor or Aeon. The Volume 1, LP Vultures 2 Vampires. It's a beautiful book. They did a great job of printing these, binding them. And the whole series on your shelf is fantastic. I'm looking forward to my Volume 3. 418 345. 418 345. We have a winner. 345. That's it. That's good enough for me now.
Hey, lad.
Congratulations. All right. Let's go to page stream one. We have 2 SoftLogic page stream licenses. These will be digital delivery, so when you win this, come up, get your email up to Josh so he can get this, he can connect it up to the license key, or download, or both.
Yeah. All right, the first one, 418 493.
LD won it.
LD. Alrighty, thank you. Do you know? Just right now the ELTE. I actually have his email address, so we're gonna be good on that one. Yeah. Good on that one. All right, let's get a second one going. And the second seat goes to another 418 470. 418 470. No. 418 470. Is this gonna be the first no show of the round? We've been doing good. Look at your hand, Chris. 418 470.
And what's this for?
Pastry. All right. Going once, going twice. All right, we're gonna go again. 418 494. 418 494. I have a feeling someone's missing. 494. Going once, going twice. All right. Cool. All right. This is a little bit different. 418 202. 418 202. Got one. All right, there's someone left. This is the second pastry. So if we could get your email address here, name and email address, we'll get you hooked up. What do we want to do next? Let's do. Oh, this is beautiful. I think we'll hold on to that one for just a little while longer. How about let's do the white pink mouse. That's a beautiful one. If you haven't seen the white pink mouse, the new wireless technology, I should say, you probably all have, but if you haven't, you can check one out. They're fantastic. Work on the Amigas, work on your PCs, works on everything. Yes, it's got a hidden scroll.
No, you got it. I didn't know how to hit. I didn't until today. Haven't told me yet. Yeah, touch in between the box. Yeah. You struck it gently.
All right. White pink mouse going to 418 530. 418 530. Is that you? Oh, congratulations. There we go. 530. You want to do the black one while we're on the roll here?
All right, Dad, pick mine.
All right, black pink mouse.
Pick mine.
Same field, different color.
Pick mine.
Also, if you didn't know this, the buttons come out. You can order different colored buttons. It's a pretty easy disassembly. You pop little pads off the bottom, the two screws, you lift it up and kind of slide it up. And then you just have to make sure you disconnect the little ribbon cable for that hidden scroll wheel. And then the buttons just kind of pop out. You pop new ones in, and you can have a custom 418 271.
Yeah!
We have a winner. Verified winner. Verified winner.
Yep! It helps when you take everyone else's out. You can make password. Yeah. That's only when they get out of the country. Deprived that they will serve for a while.
Okay, for this one, you're going to need to come up and give us your shipping address. We have the component adapter, maybe 25 out component video. Now they gave us 4 of these. I think we only have like 6 tickets, so you got good odds if you put your ticket in this bag. This is the component out converter for the Amiga Standard video out, the component out. Alright, let's see here. 418 481. 418 481. Alright, good. Alright, 417 691. 417 691. I see somebody coming. Alrighty. Alright, so we're going to get the queue up here behind Doug. Get that going. Number 2. That's number 3. 418 235. 418 235. It looks like Chris is frantically checking his ticket. Alright, come on up. Very nice, very nice. Let's queue up for your shipping address. And the very last component adapter is 418 232. Oh, you got it? Alright. We have a winner, and he's forfeiting, and we're going to pull again. Chris really wanted this adapter. 418 171. 418 171. I trust you. I've known you for a long time. You're a trustworthy guy. You seldom do hijinks. 418 171. Yeah. I want to put your just put your shipping address up here on the component adapter.
Oh, right, yeah.
Alright, we have 5 of these. It's a game, a card game. I've never actually played it. It's called Amiga Duel. It's called Amiga Duel, the card game. Look behind you. And there's like a CD32 on this one. I don't know how it's played. Maybe it's like war, you start going down and you do Amiga in. Yeah, they come right up. First ticket.
I got one.
417-885. 885. Mr. Sully. Thank you. All right. Second one, 418-502. 418-502. There you go. Thank you. All righty. Next. 417-656. 417-656. And we have a winner. There you go. Thank you. All right, we got two more to go. 417-772. 417-772. There we go. Thank you, sir. And last one. 417-682. 417-682. Thank you. Okay, the next one's going to be from Electronic Design again, so we're going to need to queue up and get shipping addresses on this one. This one is the USB to 9-pin adapter. Brilliant device. You can the rig is flash for different purposes. I use one of my Mister all the time. That connects Mr. Doug. Works beautifully. I think I have 4 or 5 of them now. We're doing it. So we're going to raffle these off in pairs. If they donated 8, we're going to do 4 sets of 2. That way you can play with a friend. 417-639. 417-639. I thought Trevor had it. He was digging deep. 417-639. There we go. That'll work. And make sure this is the joystick. Get your name and address in there, and we'll get that going. Next pair. 417-776. Flying on. Next pair. 418-330. 418-330. Do we have one? There we go. I saw the search. That's us. And the last, is that the last one on it? Oh, okay. Next one, and last one. Repair joystick adapters. 418-328. 418-328. that you two? Okay, we gotta do it. We got a second winner. He's gonna burn it and give someone else a chance. 417-699. 417-699. Yep. Thank you. And we can throw those in, and that will take care of those adapters. I thought I saw Alex. Yeah. Rabbit hole computing, Alex. Someone. Oh, wait, there's Alex. Zulu Scuzzy. Five. Alright, so 5 Zulu Scuzzies. If you've not talked to Alex today about these devices, you need to. They are quite amazing. When I met Alex, I got into a Scuzzy SD, fantastic device, and he's from the Zulu Scuzzy that Steven popped in. It's an amazing device. Copy stuff, you can put APF files in it. It's fast. Made with refresh components that get us past this whole bogus components shortage garbage we have to go through. A lot of good re-engineering into that. Fantastic product. You don't win one, you should buy one or two. I probably have 2 or 3 on hand at any time. So, and we got a lot of entries for these, but I'm glad to see it. So 418-500. 418-500. Money has not changed hands. Alright. So Alex has his prices. That's number 1. Let's go for number 2. 417-738. 417-738. Yes. Yes. All right. Alex has yours. Number 2, number 3. Number 3. 417-643. 417-643. We have a winner from the back. There we go. Cool. That's your Zulu. Number 4. 418-506. Oh, you got it. Like I said, you can use 2 or 3 of these. They're fantastic. All right. 417-757. 417-757. You may have one. Seven 5-7. Yep, there we go. Got a verification. Got a 4th one gone. Number 5. Oh, 418-507. Wow. I'm gonna have you buy my tickets for me next time. You got the luck.
Remember this next year's drawing. Can you buy me your Ari ticket?
418-347. 418-347. There we go. Seven, we're good. We're good. Alex has your Zulu. Let's confirm those. So these are external floppy adapters, and we'll need to get you to give us your shipping information on these two. These plug in the back of your Amiga, and presumably you use PC floppies, Amiga floppies, and come up as an external drive, or just beautiful. To do products for electronic design, I have not yet seen one myself. He was literally slaughtering these the day before they shipped. He's excited to have them in the store. So the first one will go to 418-229. 418-229. Got the prints up here again. All right. All right. So I think we got your info. We can just like control a line. All right. And the next one, the second one, 202-418-228. 418-2. Oh, that was you? Oh my lord. Okay. All right, let's try again. 418-482. 418-482. Ah, Denmark for the win. All right, I think we got your info already, don't we? All right. So that clears that. That clears that. So, and this is our last one. This is a beautiful device. I'm sure you've seen this on display over here already. The 409170 controller. Beautiful box, beautiful reproduction. No big box Amiga should give out one of these. Or two. Tickets are mixing. Earlier someone got a little ticket mixer. I got the answer. We're just listening to what else. 417-739. Oh my lord. It's not because he's a show sponsor. No. All right, that's the rally this year. Thank you everyone for sponsoring. Thanks to all the sponsors. Thanks to everyone that played. This all goes into the Club Kitty to get a lot of deposits paid so we can have this great party next year. It's a good year for us. Thank you for to get the hotel reserved so we can come back. We don't have the time. I think our broadcast starts back up at around 1. Oh, it's 1:17. Okay, I have talked into the broadcast. We're probably late now, so I apologize. Please enjoy the broadcast, enjoy the show. I'll sign out for the route. Thanks, Dan. Very good. Yeah. Only the CPU and like add-on hardware. You can emulate memory, storage controller. Did you label it? I gave it to her. Kind of goodie there. What'd you win? Will the winners of the 2 wireless pink fights please come to me? I just realized that the adapters, the 9 pin adapters, were not in the box, and I'm holding them in my hand. You will want these. Who wants a black pink mouse? Black pink mouse. Does anyone remember who won the black pink mouse? Because I shorted them their 9 pin adapter.
Everybody come over, watch my show. I see you walking away, Chris. Turn around, come back here. This is the Atari graphics. 2 colors.
Okay, we have the Atari art competition happening here in the main stage of AmiWest 2023. Doug is going to go through and show these amazing Amiga artworks. Is this 2023 or?
2023. And I'm only going to be showing a few of the 2023 entries because I don't want to spoil all the surprises, but I'm going to be showing some earlier ones talking about the show. All right. Well, as many of you know, I'm Doug from 10-Minute Amiga Retrocast. My name is not Mark, even though I go by 10 Mark, but I'm still called Mark all the time, usually by people just giving me a hard time now. I started my channel in 2018, and I just kept thinking of a way, how can I get the community more involved with using their Amigas? I noticed that 80% of the things on the internet, 80% of the things on YouTube were about Amiga gaming, which is great. I love Amiga gaming, absolutely love it. I do it quite a bit. But being that the Amiga was such a creative machine from the beginning, I wanted to help encourage people to get back into using their computers, using their Amigas to create artwork and actually do something fun and productive with them, because they're still so good at doing that. Even the old OCS and ECS machines, so good at doing that. And so I came up with the idea of the Amiga Art Contest. In 2019 was the first one, which makes this the 5th year of Amiga Art Contest, which freaks me out because I'm not getting any older. I'm still, young, but 5 years have passed and I'm still doing the art contest. It's kind of amazing. The first couple of years, I had my friend Vicky, known as Pixel Vixen, help me. She doesn't do it anymore with me. She moved over to Japan, and with the whole time zone thing and her interests changing, she kind of got out of the Amiga scene a little bit. And so I've been co-hosting with Kevin Saunders from Australia. Now, many of you know Kevin Saunders. He not only did the graphics for my show, so every time you see my logo come up, that's a Kevin Saunders work, which is probably his most important work he's ever done. You know, this other stuff is just, you know, yeah, okay, side projects. But his latest game that he worked on, which is Reshoot Proxima 3, I got it, I almost pointed it over there, running on my Amiga 1200, but it's there, it's not there. But absolutely prolific graphic artist. He's, well, if you were at the A600 meeting that Matthew just did a couple of hours ago, he just announced that Kevin did the graphics and artwork for the interface of the new A600. So he is really, really involved in the Amiga community and in the artistic side and the creative side of the Amiga community. So he makes a great co-host. He's a good friend and just a wonderful person. We started out small with the Amiga Art Contest, just hand-drawn artwork, like something you do in Deluxe Paint or Personal Paint. And then photo editing, which is, I put that category in there because that's what I do on the Amiga. You put me behind a mouse and open up Deluxe Paint, and I can probably draw a smiley face, maybe a smiley face. But I love photography. I've been a photographer all my life. I love bringing modern JPEG images into my even OCS Amiga and working in ham6 mode and just seeing what can be done with modern photography with a little Amiga touch to it. And this is something that Kevin Saunders put together here with a bunch of previous Amiga artwork. And you can see like this is a photograph of Debbie Harry. It was a black and white photograph, full body. I cropped it down and colorized it in kind of a reverence to Andy Warhol and Debbie Harry and their work that they did with the original Amiga during the original Amiga presentation where he colorized her. And let's see what other photographs we have in there. This one from our friend Amiga Bill. This is an actual statue, just incredible image that he took of this statue. And then he cropped in tight on it, colorized all the chains, that rust color, because everything I believe was originally just one color of the statue. Just going and taking a photograph, going and taking an image and doing something fun, doing something creative and adding a little bit of your own touch to it. That's the kind of thing that I absolutely love. And then many of these are, and we'll look at some of these closer, are actual just hand-drawn images. Like this was a winner a couple of years ago. This absolutely fantastic hand-drawn image. We'll take a closer look at that. This one knocks my socks off right here. What people can do on their Amigas, on their 30, 35-year-old machines is absolutely unbelievable. And so I want to show you a few things that people have done over the years. This is the Android I was just talking about right here. This is 320 by 256, so this is a nice black screen. It's showing up beautifully here. What's that?
It's on the Indivision. Are you using Indivision?
Yeah, Indivision. Yep.
Something weird is going on with the
Really? Well, that's not any fun. Let me try another one. Okay, this is better. We'll try the Android again in a minute, see what's going on with that. This one was done by the winner of the first Amiga Art Contest in 2019. Really prolific artist. I think he lived in the Ukraine for a while, but he lives in the States now. But just literally hand-drawn, beautiful, beautiful colors, beautiful imagery, a nice autumn scene, all done on the Amiga, 100% done on the Amiga. The Indivision is a fantastic product. That's the upscaler that Jens makes, and but the problem with it is when it changes screen modes, it kind of moves things around pretty quickly. This is one of our winners from last year. This is Gordian Noonan. He is one of the most creative artists out there. He in addition to being a professional artist, he also does pixel art on the Amiga, as you can see here, just absolutely gorgeous hand-drawn art. And I understand he also does a lot of art on the Atari ST, but I think we'll forgive him for that because he's so good at the Amiga side. No, Level Lord is the first one.
Okay, he says he's in Yugoslavia.
He's what?
In Yugoslavia.
Yugoslavia, I'm sorry. Sorry, my friend. But just absolutely brilliant work. And even the stuff he does in the 16 colors and the ST is just knock your socks off. Now this one I love. This one was done by, I believe, a 9-year-old girl over in England. She was Norwich Amiga group. She was there with her dad, and she saw somebody playing with personal paint over there. And she said, "Dad, I want to try it." And so she did. And so she got some pictures of Dumbo. She did another one of Mickey. She set down personal paint, and she literally drew that by hand. 9 years old on an Amiga. And, you know, that just tugs at the old heartstrings there is what that does. She did such a good job. And maybe you guys have heard of this guy before. Let's see, I think this is the right one. Let's see if this is the right one. Nope, that's the wrong one. This is the right one. Some guy by the name of Eric Schwartz. Oh, come on. This is going to make me cry. All right, Eric's not coming up. Let me look at this real quick here. Make sure I've got it trying to start the right program. VT. Eric, if you're watching, I'm sorry. I don't know why your image is not coming up because it just was a while ago. Multi-view is great, but I use this program called VT for displaying Amiga images. It actually does a really nice job, and you can set custom resolutions too if the resolution you're trying doesn't quite come up right. Oh, come on. There we go. Just had to get the right one. Eric Schwartz. You guys all have heard of Eric Schwartz. He did some incredible animations back in the day. He did a lot of the artwork for the Super Frog game, and he's still involved in the Amiga community. He actually has a mostly monthly Amiga newsletter that if you're a Patreon of his, he writes a monthly PDF Amiga newsletter all about the Amiga scene. I'm going to be doing an episode on that soon. And but yeah, he's still quite involved in the community. But look at the detail of that. He did this in very high resolution. I think the original is like 1900 by 670 is what he did it in, but it was all done on an actual Amiga. I brought this down a little bit to a smaller resolution so it would display properly. But what quality, what quality. And he's got a style all his own, that's for sure. There's my co-host. This is Kevin Saunders. Never mind. I should just turn this monitor on so that doesn't show up right on the screen.
What's going on is you have like Super 72.
Uh-huh.
And
It chokes.
It's chaos. Is overwhelming
The Amiga is just too powerful to handle all this. Uh-huh. On the broadcast, it looks good, huh?
This one does. But when they show up here, they don't show up here.
Ah.
Screen mode, it's like blowing this thing up.
Okay, maybe Amiga has some funky screen modes. Okay, we'll try some more. This one will come up fine. This one. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. This one is one of the winners from last year. This one is just incredible, called No Signal. Again, it's just Amiga OCS modes, 320 by 256, but just the personality and the feeling behind it is just incredible. And it was based on some other artwork that he showed me of a guy who didn't have a television for a head, but he added his own creativity, he added his own personality to it. And at the bottom of the screen there, you can see it almost looks like television static on our old CRT televisions from back in the day. Just really, really creative what he does. And we'll take a look at some of the photos. This one is beautiful right here. I think this was done all on an Amiga here. And look at the detail he's got in there. This is from a photograph of, I can't remember if it's his cat's head or something like that. And then, of course, obviously, his cat's eyeball does not look like an Amiga boing ball. So that's what he brought into it, was the reflections on the animal's eye with the, oh, my goodness, what a beautiful image, huh? What a beautiful image. This is a cool one right here. This is done by the gentleman who makes RNO transfer, and he makes a lot of the different RNO programs that work both on, they work on MorphOS, on 68K Amigas, and the whole Amiga 4.1 platform. Really, really does a good job, JNO. And he took the photograph of the Amiga mouse and then put his own little touches right in front of it. It's just fantastic what he does. This was done with a DigiView. We all know what the DigiView is, the slow scan digitizer. And this is, was done in England by our friend who does the Amiga show, Anthony Jarvis. And the way he did this, from what I understand, he had his DigiView out there, and people were just playing in the park and having fun, and he'd take the red image and then turn it, and the green image and turn it, and take the blue image. And in the meantime, people were moving around and doing what they do in the park. So it captured just certain colors of people. The ones who were standing more still are more solid, but some of the ones that were moving around have this cool, like, spirit ghost effect. And what an interesting thing to do, to take a piece of 35-year-old technology and put a spin on it like this, where it's capturing images that moved. This one just really, really moved me. And obviously the tree wasn't moving, so it's nice and solid there. Let's see what we got here. One more photo. Oh, this is the one that Amiga Bill did, a nice close-up of it. This is a statue, and tell me that doesn't just have an impact on you. That just doesn't scream out to you. And Bill did a really fantastic job on that. He's a talented artist, in addition to being a talented videographer. Animations are always absolutely fun on the Amiga. Our friend Jojo073, he did this animation, and we'll let it run through twice here. Oh, heebie-jeebus, okay. Was it being broadcast on the internet? Okay, give me a second. I'm good. No, not the monitor, but it's showing up fine on the monitor. So these fine folks here, if it doesn't come up on the projector, at least they'll be able to see it here. I know all of our eyes are very old, but you'll be able to at least see it. There we go. Look what he did here. That's just so much fun. And this was a promotion for one of his businesses there. Yeah, so he did a fantastic job. Jojo's a very prolific Amiga artist, too. He has a YouTube channel, and he'll often do pixel art in Deluxe Paint, just step by step, right on his YouTube channel. You can just watch him creating these incredible images right on YouTube. He really does a great job. This one, if you guys know who Trista Bites is, over in the UK, she has a Twitch channel, and she's very prolific. She does host a lot of show over there in the UK, and she's just a sweetheart. And she always calls herself a Muppet Face. She says she's Muppet Faced. And so she had this image of her in a series of 4 panels morphing into Red Fraggle. And I got in touch with her. I said, hey, well, Bex is her name. I said, can I take those images and actually have you morph on the Amiga using Morph Plus? And she's like, sure, Doug, go ahead. So that's Trista literally morphing into Red Fraggle using Asdig's Morph Plus software. And it was one of the first commercially available for consumers morphing packages out there. Really great stuff. And this is my good friend, Pixel Vixen. This is one of the images that she did. And I just thought this was really, really, oh, it's only coming up on the small screen there. But you can see it there. She's riding in a car with Tokyo going by in the background. Really neat. Let's take a look at some of the newer stuff, though. I want to throw a little bit of that in there. So the way that I do the art contest, guys, is people will send me artwork starting in June up until this year, up until November 11th. That's the deadlines for this year's art contest. When they send it to me, I don't look at it because I want to be surprised. I take it, I save it on my computer. I don't even pay any attention to it. I don't look at it. I don't want to be influenced by it. But this year, because we're getting pretty close to the end of the contest, I wanted to look at a few things, and my goodness, I was just absolutely floored with what a couple of these people sent in. This is our friend Gordian. This is called The Gambler. Very, very Amiga-esque right there. And my son Daniel thought this was a really, really cool image. He asked me to put this one up. Just love it. So this is one of the new contributions for this year for hand-drawn. And, oh my, this one, Marcus Gorshin. Okay, who knows how to pronounce his name? Joran Safe? I think that's Joran Safe. Come on up on the screen. Oh, come on the big screen, please. Does it look okay on yours? Okay, if you can look at it here, look at the color palette that he used. Look at the color palette on that face and the eye. I'm going to take this and I'm going to use this as the background image for my Amiga 4000. It's that good. I may even use it on my PC. Just an absolutely phenomenal hand-drawn image. Just, of course.
Robert's camera zoomed in, looks almost identical, color palette, crispness and everything to like the direct HD.
Really? Yeah, so beautiful. What talent these people have. Much more talent than I have, absolutely. All I do is host the show and judge it. I can't create some of this stuff. Now let's take a look at, let's see, John Perkos. And I think there was one more, Marcus Becker. No, I didn't want to do that one. All right, so that's a little bit of the hand-drawn. Now, let's look at a little animation, the new stuff. H. Baraldo. H is an absolutely awesome guy, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He's actually won prizes in the contest 2 times. Last year, he hand-drew the introduction to Dragon's Lair 2, Singe's Castle. Hand-drew every single frame and then combined the animation with an audio file of the introduction, synced them together. It was just incredible. He won first place, grand prize. But this is his contribution for this year. And I think you guys all know who Tintin is, but oh, it's not animating on the big screen. But look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Isn't that just absolutely fantastic? All done on the Amiga. And I have a Facebook page. It's called Amiga Artwork. Any of you guys, I mean, we're all old people, so we all have Facebook. Now, we're not young and use just Instagram. I have a Facebook page called Amiga Artwork where we talk about, well, Amiga artwork. And H actually shows us step by step. He'll post pictures of the step-by-step of creating the image and partially colored images, and so you can see the process he uses to create these animation files, and they just knock my socks off. I still watch, he did a Pink Panther animation. I love the Pink Panther, as in the Pink Panther, not the movie Pink Panther. I still watch that all the time. So good. Now this one, I hope this comes up on the big screen here. This one is Kevin Saunders. Now Kevin can't technically win the contest because he's a judge. That just wouldn't be fair. Oh, rats, not on the big screen. But take a look at what he did. Again, just on the Amiga, created on the Amiga. That is just unbelievable. And if you want to see it up closer, I can have it playing on my Amiga 1200 later. But just the amount of detail and thought he put in to the little tiny details, you know, of the face being scanned in as it goes back and forth, it scans in over there. Just perfectly put together. I wish I had a tenth of that talent. And let's see. We've got Gideon. This one is Gideon decided to create a picture if The Last of Us was done on the Amiga, how it might look. Oh, rats, it won't come on the big screen. But if you can see that, that's Ellie from The Last of Us looking into a city while something's burning in the background there. And I just thought that had a really, really neat aesthetic. Because, you know, when you do an Amiga animation, you don't need to have everything flying all over the screen. Sometimes it's the subtlety that's really nice. Like, I think it was last year, maybe the year before, he did one called Peter Cushing Makes a Potion. And it's almost a wireframe picture of Peter Cushing. And he's creating some kind of potion from some movie he was in. And all of the animation was done just with color cycling. Nothing moving at all, just color cycling. And it looked so unbelievably good. Really impressed with his work, too. And if I'm getting these people's names wrong and they're yelling at me online, that's okay. Now, let's see, I think we have audio going on the Amiga, too. We also have a music and mod category where people can create music on their Amiga, as we've done for centuries now. And it's not just limited to mod files. It's not just limited to Octamed or ProTracker or whatever we do. But if you want to use your Amiga as a MIDI tool and you're creating music on using your MIDI instruments, but using the Amiga, absolutely 100% valid because you're still using the Amiga as the creative tool. Now, this one, we'll play just a little bit of this one. This one's called Sadness. Oh, do we have any, hey Bill, do we have any audio we can turn up for, because the guys here can't hear it. This slider, which slider? Well, ratso. Trust me, it sounds beautiful.
It could be this adapter.
That's okay. No worries.
Yeah.
We'll move on.
Okay, now it's plugged in properly. It's in here.
Mm-hmm.
We should be getting audio through it.
No worries. Uh-oh. Music. The beginning is really good. Let me restart it. Okay. So much for the audio part of our presentation today. I don't think we're going to be going through that anymore. But the kind of music that people create on the Amiga and contribute to the art contest is just absolutely mind-numbing. And mod files, they still blow my mind because they're these, 500K, maybe a 1 megabyte file that'll play back on an Amiga 1000 with just a little bit of memory, but it sounds so good coming out of the Amiga. It sounds so rich and real, and our little Paula chip just does such a fantastic job with music. I really, really am happy that we added a mod category. even though we can't listen to it because it sounds horribly staticky. 3D, we've all been familiar with the 3D that's been done on the Amiga over the years. Back in 1988, when I first got my Amiga, I was talking to my computer teacher, my technology teacher, who was a very smart guy, Paul Stalter, and I was telling him about ray tracing and 3D modeling on the Amiga. And he started out as a Commodore 64 guy, but he ended up being a PC guy. And he's like, ray tracing? 3D modeling? What's that? It just wasn't a thing that was easily doable on a PC in 1988, where in 88 we had Turbo Silver and a couple of Sculpt 3D that were just creating these incredible 3D images, which of course would take sometimes a day, day and a half to render, but nobody else was doing it on a home computer. This is one of the ones, this is a kind of a neat story. This guy I met on Twitter, I believe. He just happened to see one of my posts about Amiga artwork a year or so ago. And he said, you know, I used to do 3D imaging on the Amiga years ago. He says, I haven't touched it in, 15, 20 years. He says, but I think I still have some old images on floppy of stuff that I did back in the 90s. I said, hey, that's fine. You don't have to create it today. If you created it 20 years ago, send it in, fine. So this is something that he created years ago. He says he even had written down at one point in time the translation of that text up there in the corner. He says he doesn't remember what it is now, but just absolutely beautiful. The amount of detail in there, just really, really cool. Imp in a bottle is what he calls this one. This is my good friend, Kevin Quattro, who you guys might know as Q, not that Q. He's a good Q, not an evil Q. He's a prolific 3D artist. He actually does it professionally too, but for fun, he still loves to use Lightwave. And sometimes he'll create some Lightwave images on the Amiga, do it entirely created on the Amiga, then bring those files over to Lightwave on the PC, so they render in 3 minutes instead of 3 hours. But he's got a nice 68060 now, and he still does a lot of the rendering right on his Amiga, but this was just rendered in probably Lightwave. He probably did this one, and just absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. This next one's another one from our friend Anthony Jarvis at the Amiga show, and this one you guys will recognize as a Tron rectifier. I love the neon colors in this. The OCS Amigas were so good at emulating neon. Anything that was created in those neon colors, I just think that's neat, because they look so 80s, and early 90s. It's just really, really a neat effect. And I think he did a fantastic job, and the shadow of the rectifier there. Geez, what fun, what fun. And so many of these, the artwork that we looked at today, these people wouldn't have been doing anything with artwork on their Amiga. A couple of them, they do it, semi-professionally. They do it. They've got YouTube channels. But probably at least half to 3/4 of the people, they'll email me and they'll say, hey, I haven't touched Deluxe Paint in 25 years. He says, but I was hearing about the art contest and I wanted to try it again. And now they're creating stuff all the time, putting it on Amiga artwork all the time. We've got some people, my friend Helgi, he never really did pixel art before. He's a musician. He's created a lot of music files. He does a great job with that. One of his old music files I used to have as the introduction to my show. But he got involved on Amiga Artwork, my Facebook page, and he thought, I want to try pixel art. I want to start to get into it. And so we've been able to watch Helgi go from, just absolute beginner to improving over time, and the new pictures he posts to the Facebook page, each one is a little better than the last. And it's just neat to see that people are influenced and they want to actually do this. They want to actually participate and get their Amigas out of the closet and create artwork again. Really, really a lot of fun. Let's see if we've missed anything in here. 3Ds, photos. Let's get this back up. So in the past, what I've done for prizes, we've always had like a grand prize best of show, and it's always been something cool, like a nice expensive part, and our friends at Amiga Kit have donated before. Our friends at Aeon in the past have donated personal paint and image effects licenses. And we've had people like RetroReady.1 donate things, and Retro Rewind. He's always been a great sponsor too. But what I ran into is shipping these parts out. You know, I have them usually donated to me. Some of them I buy myself, but I have them donated to me, ship them to me, and then I'm shipping them out, and it's costing $40, $50, $60 to ship this out. And I'm like, huh, what am I going to do about that? And I don't mind, you know, it's absolutely worth it. But then I thought, everybody likes money. I've noticed over the years that money, just in general, people are like, yeah, I'll take money. So this year, all the prizes are cash prizes, payable via PayPal or whatever. And I announced this on Amiga Bill's show back in September. I was a guest there, and I was talking about the Amiga Art Contest. And one of the guests on there, one of the people who were on there, D. Mackey is his handle, he said, hey, Doug, I want to pitch in $100 for the grand prize, just to make it just a little more special. So the grand prize this year, $200 American for the grand prize winner. You know, I'm just a little Amiga guy, and now I'm handing out cash. First place winners, in each category, there's always a first place and a second place winner. First place winners, $50 cash, just sent right to their accounts. And second place, $25 cash, sent to their accounts. And I think people will enjoy that, because then they can spend it on anything they want to, hopefully Amiga related, hopefully with like Aeon or Amiga Kit or something, but they're able to do whatever they want. And we always have like a third place honorable mention too. And generally I'll print out their picture on my nice Epson printer, and I'll mail them a copy of the picture along with a nice certificate, you know, of winning the contest. I try to have fun with that. I love doing it. I love how it involves much of the community. I love how people are, you know, they tell me all the time, oh, we can't wait for the show, we can't wait for the reveal. And every single show and every single reveal, we've got some kind of problem, you know. The Amiga reboots in the middle of it, the audio goes out, and that's just one of those things. It's part of the charm of the show, I guess. But we'll try to make it flawless this year. So I love doing it, and I hope to continue doing it. And I'm open to any questions anybody has about the Amiga Art Contest or anything else Amiga or anything about me. Oh. Here's a nice young man with a question. Yes, sir. What's your name, sir?
I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously they're all classic, yes?
Oh.
They're all classic produced photographs.
Yeah?
They're all classic produced photographs, classic Amigas?
Mm-hmm.
What about next gen?
Absolutely. We have a lot of people who use the Amiga Next Gen. This one right here, that was done on an Amiga 5000. And all of Helgi's, I mentioned my friend Helgi, who does music. He does all of his music on his Amiga 1000. I think he's got a 5000 now. You probably know who Helgi is.
It's a 1000.
Yeah, 1000, Helgi Fallheim. He makes himself quite well known. But yeah, several of these pictures were done and generated on one of the newer Amigas, and absolutely, WinUAE is fine. MorphOS, that's close enough to an Amiga. An A600, this is why I asked the question when Matthew was up earlier, can we save the images and export them to our regular PCs or whatever? You can use that to create images.
I'm going to send you my updated Debbie Harry one then. Created on an Amiga 1X 1000 back in 2010.
Oh yeah? How fun. Any other questions? Anyone? Anyone? Going once? Going twice? Trevor wins. Thank you all very much. Go to www.amigaartwork.com for more information. All contributions can be emailed to art@amigaartwork.com. And my name is not Art. My name is not Mark. It's Doug. So much, everyone.
Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3, test. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. That does not make sense to me. Okay. No, no. 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 Oh, that's why. Okay. Now it'll start working. There we go. Okay, everyone. It is now 2:04. Let me see if Dan has joined us on Zoom. And Dan is there. Dan, can you hear me? Yes, you can. Let me turn you on. Give me a sec. Well, turn your volume up is probably more accurate. Can why don't you give me a say something, Dan?
Hello.
Okay, I can hear you, but it's still a little bit lower than I'd like, and I don't know how to fix that. Maybe here? No, Zoom is all the way up. It's really weird. Like randomized audio levels. I guess I can do this. Testing 1, 2. I should have made me super hot on. I love the background. That's really cool. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. I can hear you okay.
I should use this. Sorry. Okay, Dan. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm just wrestling with the things. I don't know what you can see at the moment. Can you see my face in the background?
I can. Yeah, it looks great. It totally looks great.
Right, okay. No problem. Fire away then.
Yeah. We need another few minutes. How are you for time?
Yeah, fine. Whenever you want. We're not live, I presume.
The audio is live, but I can turn that. broadcast. So now I'm transmitting to YouTube. You should be transmitting to YouTube. And now I should be able to hear you. So you should be live now.
Okay.
Okay, let me get the levels better. Okay. We don't have a very large audience. So this is more of an online discussion.
I can see that. It's
Yeah.
okay. We've got a global audience. This is the Amiga community. People will be watching this video in a million years' time. Or maybe not.
Sorry, I'm having some issues with the audio here. It's you're coming through very warm. The other speakers have not. Okay, let's try that. I'm trying to see where I could sit. Maybe able to make this work over there. And turn that down. Sorry, Dan.
No worries.
Okay. So I think we're ready to get going here. So Dan, give me a short history of Lemon Amiga and your involvement with it.
Well, Lemon Amiga began with Kim Lemon, who comes from, I think, Sweden, and he lived on a small island in Sweden, and he created the website, the database, and everything else. And after he kind of retired, a group of us took over, Pred Seda and Retrovirus and me and a few others, Sep, and we now co-run what Kim left over, the database, the forum, everything else. And so it's my job to look after the new games releases, whatever's coming out. I put that on the new games release chart. I also take care of many, not all, of the database editions. Predseda takes care of the newest releases, and I take care of all the obscure stuff that nobody's ever heard of in a million years. I run the Lemon Amiga Games competition with the English Amiga board. So we have just finished Formula 1 Grand Prix, and we're just moving on to Galaxy 89, and there's a Rugby World Cup apparently, so we're also playing a rugby game, World Cup 95, something like that. And so I basically manage the forum, moderate the forum, moderate it for spam and things like that, and move things around. So I'm a general helper on that website.
Yeah, and I definitely am one who appreciates all the hard work that you put in to make Lemon Amiga. I find myself navigating there quite frequently, getting data, so definitely appreciate that. What is your favorite type of game? What do you play when you're going to play Amiga games?
Well, the thing about the Amiga is there isn't just platform games and kind of 2D games and a few driving games like the consoles. There's a massive, vast gamut. So sometimes I might be in the mood for something like a Command and Conquer type game, or a Dune 2, or I've recently got into The Shepherd, which is one of these games that nobody's ever heard of. And I recently did a play guide on it as well on the LemonTube YouTube channel that I forgot to mention. So I like to, well, it depends if I want to relax. I think many content creators on the scene will tell you it's very difficult to play a game without thinking, how do I turn this into content? I should really be broadcasting this live so that everybody can see it. And sometimes when it's an obscure game, you wonder how many people will be into that. But obviously the Amiga scene has been going since, the mid-80s. So there are quite a number of viewers out there from all corners of the earth, and they, leaving comments, thanks a lot for helping with this game. And many of them are attracted through the website. They log on, they look at the game. I might put some tips on there. If somebody's put something on there, there'll be some ratings. You can leave a review. And then sometimes in the corner, there might be my guide on it, which covers one or two things. So I've been getting into The Shepherd recently, and I've also been creating my own game, which is kind of not real time, kind of a turn-based adventure, kind of an action game where you go and attack things. So I never thought I'd get into programming on the Amiga, but the Amiga's so versatile. Like I said, last week I was playing Formula 1 Grand Prix in the competition. That's the fast 3D. It takes advantage of the old 440 and the old 60. I hacked the game with the F1 GP editor. I put all the names in there of the modern drivers. I hacked all the dashboard and all the lights and moved everything around, changed the sound effects. And, you know, the days of hacking games, like Doom mods and stuff like that, it all began with the Amiga. You know, it's very hard to imagine that even Formula 1 Grand Prix inspired all those PC games and Xbox, you know, F1 2023 and all the rest of it. It all started with, you know, a concept on the Amiga. So, you know, I'm not really into populous games. I used to be heavily into driving games. I do like the odd platforming now and again. I've completely changed from what I used to be into in my youth, but I'll go through phases. Sometimes I like Kingdoms of England and deep strategy stuff, and sometimes I just want to, you know, get into Deluxe Gallagher and, you know, have a fast, reactive game. So that's the thing with the Amiga. The homebrew scene means there's an infinite amount of weird stuff out there. And so, because I'm testing old and weird games for the database, that tends to be what I'm playing. Stuff that nobody's ever played since, you know, 10 years ago or something. But so it all depends. But I guess my favourite all-time game would be something like The Settlers, which is a combination of the strategy and the action. So you can build it up from scratch, and I really do love the population building kind of aspect of that kind of game.
It's funny that you mention Settlers specifically. I remember it came as a demo disc, and it had like 1 or 2 levels, and I must have played that game for like 6 hours. And I'm like, I can't buy this. If I buy this game, like, I'm going to die because I'm going to play myself to death. And then I found
it's going to be a massive time sink, and you'll sink all your life into it. I was definitely like that with 1 or 2 games as well, definitely on the PC.
And then I recently, like 3 years ago, discovered Foundation and got that running on my X5000 and was enjoying that as a Settlers, kind of modernized Settlers a bit. That's fantastic.
I could never get into Foundation, so if you've got any tips, you know, I'll click it on it. Guys moving around. It looks like the Settlers moved to just a different level, and maybe a bit like Civilization as well. What do you think?
Yeah, it's kind of in the middle. I think it has a higher, I think it definitely has a higher learning curve, and that's what makes it a little tougher. But I don't know. The older Settlers is hard to play for me on modern systems, just because it's so low res, and the graphics, like, they just kind of get in the way, where Foundation is kind of similar. I'm finding in my, you know, older age that it's harder to go back to those same games and appreciate them for really what they were, because the preferences and tastes have changed, and my eyesight has changed, all of it. You know, it's all different now. To your point about getting into to try different other games and different genres and starting to explore. Do you remember Shadowgate? Like old Shadowgate. It's one of the, it's from the guys that did Dark Castle, but it's more like a D&D style dungeon crawler. So I found that recently, and I was blown away. I'm like, wait a minute, this thing has windows and icons. Like, I'm dragging a torch around the screen. I'm saying, is that torch an icon? Is that an Amiga icon? Like, just the design. I got really, I thought it was really quite fascinating. I have to check that out.
Yeah, I always get confused with Shadowlands. I think that's a different game, but that's still got torches in there.
Yeah, I think it's called Shadowgate, and it's brutally hard. I was talking to Dan about this yesterday, about how hard the original games were, because they had to be brutally hard. You only had, you know, so many people. Like, a game came on a disc. You only had so much data space. So if you're only going to be able to make 8 levels, you got to make it really hard so that you don't just play it in 20 minutes and you're done and you put the game away. You know, it's a really hard balancing act, kind of in the heyday, where they had to be difficult and rewarding at the same time. And a lot of games did not get that right, and you know, they aren't nearly as popular. So
I think sometimes you're kind of breaking through a bubble with something like, I don't know if you're ever into Populous or Power Monger or anything like that, or even Dungeon Master,
Oh, I love
you know, all those
Master.
dungeon crawlers.
Yep.
There's kind of a, I'm not sure about this. How do I control it? How does the interface work? How do the icons work? What does, you know, and it can put you off completely before you ever get into the game itself. You know, I can relate to lots of RPGs that I've been scared away from. Many of them isometric view 3D, you know, ultra wonderful games that I just can't break the surface of them. So, and as soon as you do, it's just like, right, I'm in now. This is it. I'm building up the character. I've got the energy. I've got the skills. So there's kind of a glass ceiling. Once you're through it, you're away. But it's like that in modern games, except that they give you a tutorial. Whereas with the Amiga, they never ever gave you a tutorial. If you didn't have the manual, which if you had cracks back in the day, like most of us did in the schoolyard, you were absolutely knackered. You had no idea how to play some games. I mean, stuff like Speedball 2, Lotus, obviously Sensible Soccer. But if it was a deep game, the Amiga could definitely give you that. And like Sim Earth, Sim, you know, whatever it is. And, you know, if you wanted to get that deep, you know, it's there, you can play it. So, yeah, I guess so. Maybe sometimes when they got into the CD-ROM era, when they could put hundreds and hundreds of graphics on the screen, I'm thinking of Myst. You know, sometimes the gameplay just went out of the window and you're thinking, hold on a minute, how do I even approach something like this? Whereas at least if it was a 2D, 3D kind of format, like you say, with the modern handhelds and the, you know, the modern smartphones, you've got to be able to get into it, but it's got to be able to keep you going back. So it has to have some difficulty to it. If you beat it straight away, then you just put it down. It has to be some kind of value for money. So definitely designing games, pathetically designing them myself, it's definitely a tightrope. How do you know, designing enemy AI? Is it too hard? Is it not, you know, designing this? So, you know, sometimes if the player themselves can't beat a certain thing, you have to take yourself out of that and think, hold on, why can they not? You know, why do they not find the sun cream? Why do they not find the sunglasses? Do I need to put a marker in there to tell them what to do? And obviously you pick that up from modern games that just come up with you know, the guy says, go to the market and pick up the thing. All right, the market, no problem. But with the old games, so it's great that with the modern scene, you've got a massive toolbox now of editors and creators that have come out, where, I mean, Backbone and Red Pill and things like that, but also Scorpion. I'm still using Can-Do. So if you combine that with Deluxe Paint, have you heard of Can-Do? I've recently got into Can-Do version 3, and there's virtually no documentation on it at all. So you have to look through every single thing. But yeah, I recently created a game called Holiday, where you go through my holiday snaps and you pick up jackets and you have a good time in Spain, and you can drink and get drunk and you can vomit and you can, you know, get food poisoning. And you think, hold on a minute, the player's got health. How do I take away that health? How do I damage the player? So you've got to think about all these weird things, you know. You give them a life, right? How do you take that away again? So yeah, Can-Do. So my recent game is a war type game where we just moving around, and I thought, well, I've always wanted to make a game. Can-Do makes it possible. I'm no good at Blitz Basic 2. I'm no good at anything like that. I've got Basic Pascal, so the Amiga makes it possible. You know, only Amiga.
Yeah.
So I just got on with it. It was approachable. I just broke through that ceiling and just got on with it.
I love that. No, my buddy Paul, who's here, is a big Can-Do fan, and he did a lot of work in Can-Do a long time ago. I've been playing with Hollywood personally. I like the Hollywood interface and how that all works. So
I'll have to check that out. No problem.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Very cool. I'm looking forward to seeing your game come out so we can check it out. And of course, it'll show up on Lemon in the database.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the holiday game that I made is already up there. I thought, well, you know, if I'm going to make a game, I want to make it high resolution. I want to make it a ham mode game. And then I had to kind of draw back my kind of expectations a little bit. But eventually, I think I got it into 64 colors, high res. So it was digitized photographs with digitized audio sound effects and digitized kind of music as well. And the people that were reviewing it, Amiga Bill and people like that, Aaron from Amigos, check out Amigos. They all played it and they had to turn the music off because it was so realistic. They had a copyright strike on it. So I was playing like walk this way, talk this, and it was like using samples. So
yeah.
They had to mute the game. So in this game, I've made sure that I've used non-copyright stuff, but I've upgraded it to high-res interlace 16 colors. So it's even better. Like you say, it looks more modern if it's in high-res interlaced. It might look flickery on original native hardware.
Yeah,
but we've got such massive screens these days. You need it that dimension smaller, and then it looks normal. You know what I mean? Like you say, with the settlers, it's like a cartoon. It's like watching Popeye. It's so low res, but at least I thought, well, the Amiga makes it possible. If I went up just a bit higher, I was thinking, well, I can use 4 colors, but then you can do silhouettes. You can do cities in the background, and in 4 colors, ultra high res. It's still possible. So if you've got RTG, it's even better. So I just went through the barriers and thought, well, no, if I'm going to make a game, it better look good, it better sound good, it better have, the Wilhelm scream on it when somebody dies, and all that lot, digitized, and it better be good. But it's only a public domain effort. And there's a Beat Hitler game in there, and there's a Beat, Barbarians game in there, and Beat Diseases and stuff. It's kind of like 5 games in one.
Oh, wow.
So
what's it called again?
Well, they say you can't say cancer anymore and you can't say Nazi anymore, so I've called it Beat Cancer and Beat Hitler.
Okay, that's a provocative title.
Yeah. So, but I've applied for like a cancer fund and said, look, can I put your logo on this game? And then, actual sufferers can go to that. So it shows like a high resolution body and you're going around killing cancers. And I think if people who have ailments can benefit from that, it gives you a sense of achievement, it gives you that motivation. It's like a direct attack on the body, and you're playing it in a video game. I'm thinking, well, maybe it could help people, I don't know. So I've written off and said, if you want this on modern platforms, for people lying in a hospital bed, why not? If they can kill things, why can't they kill their own cancer, metaphorically? So, I don't know. Sometimes you make these dreams come true.
That's fantastic. I wanted to go back to something you had earlier. You mentioned the games competition, and I remember Crazy Cars. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That was a long, 12? I don't remember when it was. A long time ago when you did Crazy Cars. As one of them. You guys do it. Can you talk a little bit about the games competition, how people can engage if they want to go check it out and start participating?
Right, well, first of all, I joined in 2011, which seems like a million years ago now. It's over 10 years ago, but before that, it was Crazy Cars. So every month or every 3 weeks, people vote for whatever games they want to vote for. Sometimes if it's an open round, you can vote for anything. Sometimes it's got a theme, so if it's a genre, beat-em-up genre, or an RPG or a platform or a shoot-em-up genre, they can only vote for them. If it's a year round, they can only vote for a game released in a certain year. If it's a mystery round, they can only vote for games that have been released with less than 75 votes on the database, otherwise it's too well known. So we kind of mix it up. There's other themes as well, but every other round it's kind of theme round. And so at the end of votes, I think it's 3 weeks of the votes, we count them all up, or my assistant John 4P is German, and Pred said is from Czechoslovakia, I think, something like that. So there's like teams from all over the world. We count them all up, whichever one's won, we then play it, and then we play that for usually about 3 weeks, unless it's a double round, and then we play that for 4 weeks. So this is a double round that we're playing at the moment. It's the mystery round. So all you need to do to take part is tune into either lemonamiga.com or the English Amiga board, eab.net, I think it is. And if you scroll all the way down to the competition, the games competition, you'll find what we've been up to. All of them are my posts. I'm live school on there. And you can simply join into the latest post. And if you're interested in playing that game, all you need to do is play it and post a screenshot either on a digital camera, or if you're using a PC or emulator or something like that, post a screenshot of your high score, and just like Twin Galaxies, it'll go up there on a high score table. And if you've completed a certain rank, you'll get a game completion star. And at the end, if you're ranked number 1, you'll get the gold medal or the gold trophy at the end, and silver and bronze, and congratulations and a job well done. And sometimes if it's a game, we haven't played the Settlers yet, unfortunately, but sometimes if it's a game, it's a bit like bushwhacking in a jungle. Sometimes people haven't played these games in a long time.
Yeah.
It's like when we were playing Chuck Rock, sometimes players from all kinds of things will say, well, do you know about this and do you know about that? And on level 3, well, you have to duck here, and they'll post videos and help other people, and they just get a bit further, and then by the end of it, somebody will bushwhack the way through to the last level. Just like Kid Chaos, by the way. Somebody will have got there and reported back, oh, by the way, level 5, watch out for this, and then we'll all rank up due to that knowledge. And so we're all explorers, and by the end of it, hopefully if you've played it every few days, or I used to play them every day, just once for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever, then by the end of it, you should be good at it. And the aim is to, if you've mastered the game, by the end of the time, it should be possible, at least, to get yourself number 1 on the highest score table. It doesn't matter who you are or where you've come from, as long as you're not cheating, as long as there's no trainers on there, you can post your score, and you can receive all that prestige for a matter of 0.1 seconds, and then we're going to print out the next round, and it all starts all over again.
No, I love it. I've got kids right now. I don't have time to participate as much, but maybe in the future. I'll
oh yeah, no worries.
It's a lot of fun. If you've not done it, I recommend checking it out and jumping in. It's a little daunting coming in halfway because it is a long-running event, and the points build. But if you can get in at the start and play, as you say, you get exposed to new games, you get to interact with the people on the forums. It's really a lot of fun, and I like checking it out every now and then, seeing what the games are going to be. It's definitely nice. I want to wrap up pretty quickly. A couple of questions. What is the least popular, lowest rated Amiga game? What's it called? Do you know? Can you look it up?
Well, without looking at it, it'll be easy to look it up in the database. You've got games like Belial. I just can't remember the name of it's like Star Wars Dark something or other. You've got Dark Castle, obviously. There's a lot of low-rated games. I can't think.
So I'm calling it up here. I was switching over to the browser. 4.96 is what Dark Castle pulled up with. So that's still pretty high.
That's pretty high. Yeah, the lowest ones are definitely 1. So, I could cheat and look at it, but I'll leave it to viewers to look at that.
Awesome.
The lowest rated game. But that's only because we haven't put the worst games on Lemon Amiga.
There's a lower threshold to keep them off.
Yeah, oh yeah, there has to be a standard. I've been going through some PD games recently, and
okay. I guess if you can get your game published in a Lemon Amiga, you've accomplished something.
Yeah, but yeah.
My games would never be published. There's no way I could pull that off. I did get one question from the internet. Where is that? On YouTube. What's the difference between Lemon Amiga and Lemon 64?
They were both created by Kim Lemon. They were both abandoned by Kim Lemon, and now they're both taken over by fans who now steward both of them separately. And in the future, there will be one host who then hosts them both, and they'll both get upgrades, and they'll both get site adjustments from one host who will take over from Kim Lemon. But for now, they're separate.
What is a Lemon 64? I'm not familiar with it.
Oh, it's just like Lemon Amiga, only for Commodore 64 games.
Oh, of course. I'm thinking 64-bit. I was thinking PlayStation or something. No, the 64 version. That makes sense. Yeah, people, maybe you were born after I was. People of my generation, everybody had a Commodore 64. Everybody. So, yeah, that's where I first, back in the 1997, that's what I was looking at.
And I've done loads of videos for that as well. If you look at the Lemon Tube 64 channel, I put through how to beat XYZ, ghosts and goblins and stuff like that.
So you mentioned LemonTube again. That's your YouTube channel. So everyone listening should go check it out. Subscribe, like, buy product, right? Is there an episode or a video you've done that you would recommend people, if they're going to watch one, they should go watch that one because you're particularly proud of it?
Yeah, Elite Frontier. I recorded it a long time ago on an old 60, so it was nice and quick. And I got into the game and I went all over the galaxy and things broke down, and I was playing an early bugged version so I could show all the bugs in it. And so it's a category of errors. But I really like that. I go all over the universe. I explore different stuff. I think it's got hundreds of thousands of views on it. I think Formula One Grand Prix has got tons of stuff, but I could have made that a million times better if I'd have done that one again. But I guess the one I'm most proud of is the Elite Frontier one, for whatever reason.
Very cool. Well, thank you for staying up late to be with us. I caught that yawn earlier.
Again, was it a yawn? No, that was a gasp.
Okay.
You got a comment from somebody.
Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully someday you can come to AmiWest in person. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Hey, no worries. I'm still blown away that you're asking somebody like me from Northern England to talk about stuff on an American International Amiga, conference of, me of all people. So thanks a lot for considering me and putting up with my accent.
Oh, you're fine, and thank you for what you do for the gaming community. And I mean, if you have not been to Lemon Amiga, talking to the audience, I would go check it out. Just try to find a game you remember as a kid, or that you heard someone else talk about. All the information, all the comments, the votes, the links, the data, the manuals, it's all in there. It's absolutely fantastic resource for us, and preservation as well. Dan and I were exchanging email. I bought some Xpex glasses. I didn't get the box, but the glasses. So I was looking at Xpex games, and suggesting some tag updates so that it, like 2-player and that kind of stuff could get in there. But it's definitely an amazing resource, and it makes the community stronger. So thank you so much.
Oh, no worries. I think there are only like 6 games released. One of them's 3D Motorrad, so I won't worry about it. Just stick to Gloom. That's fine.
See you later, Dan.
No worries. Thanks a lot.
Okay, now I gotta push this button here. Okay. So again, thank you, Dan. That was a lot of fun. I appreciate it. And we're gonna take a break.
Hello?
Oh, I
I
muted myself. I'm talking to everyone else. Give me about 20 minutes, and we'll set up for the next presentation, which is going to be a very much OS4 presentation. So if you're an OS4 hater, you're welcome to dial in and leave comments. If you're curious about OS4, you should check it out. The goal is, how do you connect Windows, a lot of it's Mac, all those things, to an OS4 machine and make them both better. So that's going to happen in about 20 minutes. Thank you. Oh, and while I'm at it, let's talk about the sponsors of the show. So, again, Aeon, the Sacramento Amiga team, Amiga on the Lake, go check out their page, lots of great stuff. Sordan Electronics, you can see it if I do this. Rabbit Hole Computing, Amiga Forever, Mike, I think, just took off. Alenia Computer, Amiga Store EU, massive support this year. Thank you so much. The BFG was a huge, successful thing. We really, really appreciate it. Really helps to make the magic go. Retronic Design, thank you for all the generosity there. Amiga Kit, I actually won the Amiga Kit. That's the one thing I wanted here. Well, I wanted like 3, but the Amiga Kit was a big deal because I got a Pi Storm and I saw you just released that. So I'm super excited. But support the sponsors. Amiga Kit and Ami Kit. Amiga Kit is here. Please go to their websites, buy product. If you want to buy a couple things, spread your money around. Support everybody. Buy as much as you can, because that is the engine that keeps this all going. So I'm going to put this on the show floor, grab a drink, get prepared for my presentation. We'll start in about 20 minutes. have other things I gotta do. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test. This should. Whoa. That is hot. Hot, 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 hot. Caliente. Okay, that's obnoxious. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. This is a test of the AmiWest broadcast system. Now, why am I not getting audio from there? That is concerning. Okay, and am I coming out of that speaker? Can you hear me? Okay, now you should be getting music. Volume's good. Thank you, Level Lord. I actually have Discord on my watch, so when you Discord, I can read it on my watch. How are your levels, Rob? Too high? Good? How am I? Am I okay, or do you... I won't compete it when I'm talking for real. Okay, let me do this. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me on the speaker? No, I'm not out the speakers. Why am I not out the speakers? I should be out the speaker. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello? Hello? I mean, the people online can probably hear me just perfect. How about now? Can you hear me through the speaker with the music off? Yeah. It sounds like I'm coming. You can hear me, right, Marshall? Okay. Well, actually, I'm going to go ahead and get started and talk about what I'm doing. So I have this PC laptop. I did a little bit of work ahead of time to get things like the firewall out of the way. When you're doing this kind of work and trying to bring these two things together, there are, the Windows side is getting increasingly more complex. And it can be kind of fiddly to get things talking and working and happy. So if we look back to maybe 5, 6 years ago, our options and capabilities were dramatically lower than they are today. Dramatically lower. We've seen some really good software come on the scene for AmigaOS to make it more compatible with Windows and those systems. Okay, presentation, main camera, that's me, fade. I can also change the broadcast from my tablet. So all sorts of cool tech. So I'm going to log into this. And this monitor looks like garbage with the, oh, it's just the connector. It's fixed now. Wonderful. Okay, so here I've got this is the Windows side. If you ever get confused between whether you're looking at a Windows machine or an Amiga machine, just ask and I'll let you know. It's pretty contrasty between the two. Let's see if I can reach that from here. This is my AmigaOS 4. Just a quick kind of tutorial. I generally like the drive icons in the upper left, and then along the top bar, I've got my status dockies. So this is a package that's available on the Ami store that you can download that has the network docky with the address and throughput. We'll look at that a little bit later. CPU utilization, memory utilization. This is the X5000 temperature docky. This is the Zeta FTP server. We'll show that, I think. Maybe. This is a tool that I've written in Hollywood that I've not released yet. And so I keep meaning to do that. I'm going to skip over it. And then this is the TuneNet mini dock, which is pretty cool. Some hot links over here for popular applications. And then my main toolbar at the bottom. I normally run my screen at 2004 for whatever by whatever the horizontal is, right? So it's much higher resolution. It's great. This is also a 16-bit screen because our VNC client has to do a lot more data conversion with 32-bit. And really, I'm not doing a lot of high graphics on the Workbench screen. And if I need to, I'll fire something off on a different screen with 32 or 24-bit. Let me just get onto Discord here. I'm not on the YouTube, unfortunately. Maybe one of my Discordian friends can port stuff between YouTube and Discord so I can see it. This window you're seeing here, this is an unreleased beta version of a VNC client being worked on by Renee Olson. Paul, server, thank you, Paul. Driven by Paul and his incessant bickering at Renee to do this. What makes this particular client nice and special is Renee spent a significant amount of time in the graphics library with Stephen Solly a couple years ago. So he kind of has a handle on how that works. I'll say kind of, because I don't know if anybody does. Well, maybe one person these days. But it's written AmigaOS 4 ground up. There's no planar support. It's 100% native OS. Renee gave us a GUI. I'm not going to focus on this too much, but we will talk to it in a minute. So that's the high level. I also have here something to show some eye candy. This is running a touch screen, so we'll start with that. This is running a touch screen monitor, and if I hit the test button here and take a sip. So that's touch screen, right? Touch screen. He actually has implemented full multi-touch on an Amiga. There's no SDK yet. He's been very responsive. I got this running for the VCF and hooked it up to a SAM, and people are playing games. I thought I would show it here just as some candy. These are not expensive. You can go on to Amazon, whatever store you buy your stuff from, and pick up that kind of system pretty cheap. It's lower res. It's only a 1080. So I run my regular one with a different monitor, but you guys get the idea. I'll also say that I've got some beta software, beta testing stuff going on here. I'm going to try to avoid that. Hopefully it doesn't get me in any trouble. Let's see, getting my notes up here. Oh. Is it? Okay. Thanks, Jamie. Someone told me I left the sponsor overlay up. The remote control doesn't let me control the downstream keyer. It's not built into the WebSocket API that I'm using. Thank you, Jamie. This is why you guys help out. Okay, it's gone now. So I think we'll go ahead and we'll start with the VNC side of the house. So VNC is a protocol for remote screen share. It's been greatly improved, and when I say that, it's been, the way VNC works is it actually takes the screen, chops it up into tiles, and then sends the tile. And that was fantastic like 25 years ago when this was invented. The more modern clients will leverage the H264, 265 encoding engines in the graphics card, and will actually just grab the screen at 30 frames a second and apply an encoding that is more sharp. I don't know the right term there, but we'll try to produce a much sharper image. And so now you're actually just watching a video that you can interact with. We don't have that support for the Amiga. What we have is the ability to connect in and see it, but it's still going to be that kind of tiled interface, and you can see that. So what I'm going to do is I'm running the VNC server. This is unreleased. There is one available on OS4 Depot. It's got issues. It does work, but it has issues. We're hoping that Renee can release this sometime in the future. We'll continue to prod him and send him beer money to get it done. It's got this lovely little GUI at the bottom where it shows the logs, it shows the connection, it's got security built in for at least subnet connection. So I'm going to switch over to the PC. So this is software running on the Amiga. Oh, it didn't do what it was supposed to do. Thank you. This is software running on the Amiga, and I'm going to use this client called MOBA Xterm. This is, there's a free version available, there's a pay version available. It is a massive networking Swiss Army knife for Windows. It's got terminal support, it's got Signix built into it, it's got a network scanner built into it. It does like a million things. Is it the world's greatest client or tool for these things? Probably not. But it's just super handy. There's a free version. The limits they put on it don't bother me. So this is my go-to. VNC is a protocol. I can VNC from my tablet to my Amiga when I'm traveling. And when you're at a hotel, be sure to connect the high-speed option, or it's really slow, because it does use a lot of network bandwidth. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to right-click on this. I'm going to do Edit Session. It's preset up. So I have the IP address. It's very basic stuff. So this is the internet address of your Amiga. There's a couple different options you can do in the tool, and we're going to kind of bypass that for this conversation. Just keep it simple and fast. So if I double-click this, I should see the Workbench screen. So I can be anywhere, and now I can access my Amiga. And I am using the new client. There are issues with protocol versions and colors, and sorry, it's new server. There's issues with colors and protocol. It doesn't work everywhere. But, and this is beta, so it will break. The performance is actually pretty good in terms of moving windows around. If you look closely at it, you'll see those square lines being drawn. That's the tiling effect I was talking before. That's how it works. It literally chops up the screen into these blocks and calculates what's changed, and then transmits the blocks across the wire. So this is very cool technology, because you can do things like launch applications. And to give you an idea of the performance, and I hope Renee is cool with me showing this. I didn't exactly ask permission per se. I kind of mentioned I might do it. So this is ShaderJoy. So if I press this button, ShaderJoy is an OpenGL tool, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that allows you to look at OpenGL shaders. It's actually a fantastic piece of code, and it's like as advanced as my understanding as anything else out there. But you can see this is what the Amiga sees, And if I click the button again, this is what the PC sees. So are you going to use this to play a video? No. Are you going to use it to play a platform game? No. But if you're using an art program, or you need to get to a web browser, or you need to read a file, or update the AmiWest website, it works totally fine. Sorry, I've got a loose wire here somewhere. Works totally fine. It's great. Although I wonder if the touchscreen still works on the Amiga side. It probably does somewhere. Anyway, this is the VNC technology. So I kind of wanted to start here. It's quite simple, but it works really, really nicely, and it's a great way of getting access to your Amiga remotely. I'll pause there and ask if there are any questions from the audience here. No. Okay. So I'm going to shut this down, and let's go to the next tool. So that's if you're away from your Amiga, if you're sitting on your balcony with your whiskey, and your Amiga's in the other room, and you want to go online like Paul does every single night, then you do that. Whoops, there it goes. So the next tool that I wanted to show is a tool called Synergy. Who here has heard of Synergy as a tool? Okay. Synergy was designed, again, a long time ago. It's got a long, complicated history that I don't really know about. What it allows you to do is to take the keyboard and mouse from one computer and to share it with other computers. And there's a limit, but it's a lot. This is one area where I'm jealous of our MorphOS friends, because the MorphOS folks have a built-in Synergy server, so you can use your MorphOS in the middle, keyboard, mouse, and control your options around you. On the Amiga, we have a couple of Synergy clients. There's one on OS4 Depot, Synergy, written by our good friend Doug, who used to attend AmiWest. Hopefully he comes back someday. And then we have something from a package called UHC Tools. And if you're not familiar with UHC Tools, I highly recommend getting familiar with it, because it is a very, very, very powerful package that supports all sorts of cool Swiss Army knifey things. So we'll show some of that here in a minute. Okay, so the way Synergy works is I have my PC, and I have the Synergy client. And this guy rebooted, so it's not running. Synergy. No, this one's not a touchscreen. So I have my Synergy client. Server. So I run Synergy, and it pops up over here. And the first thing, and this is, I should say, this is version 1. There is a new version, version 3. They're charging for it. This is commercial software for Synergy. There are other implementations available. This is one from a company called Seamless, Synergy 1 Pro. The new version has a lot of features we do not have. TLS encryption, discovery protocol, a whole bunch of stuff. We don't have any of that. So if you use Synergy 1 Pro, then it'll work. The way this is you choose, am I using someone else's computer to control me, or am I the controller? In this case, we're the controller. It tells us the IP address is up here, which is great, although I don't know the 172. I'm not sure where that came from, maybe Wi-Fi. If I hit the configure button, you can see I've got two systems. I've got MSI, my laptop, and then to the left, I've got the X5000. It's as simple as that. If I wanted to add a new computer, you just click this button, give it a name, hit enter, and then it pops up, and you can literally drag it around. Like, where are your monitors? Where is it? Unfortunately, it's only like 5 across, so if you have 6 monitors across, you got to be like and down, but whatever. So it also has some nice debug logging here. I'm going to just full screen it. I don't think I've ever done that. It's probably kind of hard to read online, but it's not material. Right now, they're not connected. So you can see the mouse here, I'm moving it. I cannot get off of this screen. For me personally, mentally, that's like really weird, because at home I've been doing this for like 5 years. So it always does that. I'm going to switch over to the X5000. And what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to, there it goes. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the Synergy client. So I'm going to cd to UHC tools. UHC. As I said, there's a lot of stuff here. I'll unpack that a little bit. I'm going to go to their C directory. A lot of stuff here, a lot of really cool stuff, especially for scripting and things like that. And you'll notice in here there's a Synergy client. Take some simple arguments. Who am I talking to? Who am I? And the name matters. So if you advertise yourself as X5000 on the client, the server needs to expect that. Newer versions change, but for us, that's where it is. Timeout, some features, output data, whatever. So we're just going to type in the IP address of my Windows machine. Anybody recognize 137 subnet? Where that's coming from? No? Okay. I'm going to say my name is X5000, and I'm expecting to talk to a Windows server. So my protocol is 1.8, got connected. So now if I take my finger and go to the PC, I can move the mouse from the PC. Now UHC Tools is cross-platform. And they've got builds, I think, for everything. Aros, AmigaOS, AmigaOS 4, and MorphOS. And so you can run this on your classics. I'll tell you that a 1200 without a PyStorm, it's a little dicey. Because this is not designed for the old universe where data flow is slow. This is designed for the modern universe where it's like constantly sending data. With a PyStorm, it is ripping fast. So if you did not buy your PyStorm, you missed out. But the cool thing about this is I can actually grab text on our PC, Control-C. I can come to my Amiga, right-click, new shell, and I can hit Control-V. I can't hit Control-V here. And I can paste the text back and forth. So I can go to the Amiga, and I can... I can grab stuff from the Amiga text, and I can paste it on the PC. I can grab it from my Amiga, take it to my Mac. And you can cut and paste back and forth. There's a bug, like every Toys Today got to restart it because it's a data size or something, and I'm just too lazy to figure out what's going on. But for basic text, a URL. I get a URL on the PC. I want to put it on my Amiga. Boom, done. Super, super simple. It really brings these two things together. So you have one keyboard and mouse on the PC, in my case, and I can drag it over to my Amiga, and I don't have to shift everything. I got two monitors going. It's the way I like to do things. I'm not a monitor switcher, like this environment to that environment. I like to see everything and like make it all active. So that's another option. So this is the Synergy technology where you can share keyboard and mouse from one computer, and you can connect your Amiga to that. Linux will work, Windows will work. I can't even begin to describe the number of places you can run Synergy. Like, it's a very ported protocol. I would love it if somebody made a USB version. I know that's really strange, but I would love a USB keyboard and mouse that acted like a Synergy target so that I could control anything high speed that I could plug that into. And that's weird, but it's also like really cool. I'll pause there on Synergy. Any questions about that? Okay. Let me check Discord. Yeah, please. He added some stuff in there, and he has worked on it a little bit. It was really slow with the slower processor, so it will work. Let me say that there's another tool that was written by Andy Broad called MK Share, which allows you to share Amiga to Amiga. So if you've got an OS4 and you've got a classic or two classics, he's done it in an Amiga way, to be short, a quick way of saying it, so that the data transfer doesn't overwhelm the machine. Where Synergy was designed for 100 megabit networks and these sorts of things in the beginning. One question, does Synergy exist for OS4, use the same keyboard and mouse on several computers? That would be the server version, and it does not. We don't have that for OS4. We don't have a server. We'd love a server. Ryan, maybe you can port us a server. The MorphOS one is actually really good. It's a control panel. It looks exactly like I showed you on the PC. They did a great job on that. But we do not have access to that. Okay. I've got a bunch of other questions. You can do more advanced layout and synergy by hand editing the config file. Thank you, Jamie. So I'll have to look into that for my own needs, because I need to go horizontally like 8 screens. So thanks for the hat tip there, Jamie. And I'll say that I am not the expert on any of this stuff. These are just things that I have done and through my own knowledge and experimentation. And I thought it'd be nice to share, especially with the Tabor coming. Maybe we'll have some new OS 4 users. Maybe they'll find this video and find something useful. Okay, moving on. We'll save that for later. I'm not going to do that. Okay, Samba FS2. How many people know what Samba is? File share protocol. It's not Samba. That's the Unix thing. It's actually SMB, which is short message block or something like that, shared message block, which is actually also called CIFS, which is Common Internet File System, which I always hated that name, like whatever. SMB1 was pretty horrific as a protocol. SMB2 got a lot faster, and SMB3 is even much more advanced. For a long time, we had SMB1 only. We actually have a Samba port that's ancient, so you can run a Samba server local. I don't know where the OS 4 one is relative to OS 3, but it's there. I don't do that, but you can. Recently, a year ago, Frederick Wilkinson, is that how I say? Do you know what I'm talking about, Trevor? Yeah, why don't I just bring up, you guys can help me. I'm obviously terrible at pronouncing names. Yeah, so I'm going to go to OS 4 Depot. Geez, I don't know what's going to come up here. SMB2FS. There it was, right there. That's going to down, no. Frederick Wilkstrom. Thank you, Frederick, for everything you've done. I love your tools. They all work. Your code is fantastic. When you publish bug updates, you read the bug update, and you're like, wow, that's incredibly esoteric. Like, he's very good at publishing good code. How many downloads does this thing have? 578. That's pretty good for an OS 4 tool. Very, very easy. I already have it local, so we can go ahead and unpack it. So it's a very small tool. It has its own installation script. Very easy to do. It's an L handler, so it's a file system handler on the Amiga. It has since been ported to OS 3. So there's an OS 3 version of this. And performance aside, the reason why SMB-FS2 is so important is compatibility. When you buy a Windows machine, SMB1 is off. And it's getting more off. Like, it's harder to turn on because it's massively insecure. SMB2 is available everywhere, and it's not massively insecure. So you run the installer script. It copies the files. You can read the license and the README. It's very simple to use. It's just an Amiga DOS driver. You just put the parameters in there. It's got a bunch of options. It's very simple. It's actually harder, I would say, to make your PC the right network type so that it can be seen, all the pieces on and off to make it work. What this looks like, and I'll run the multi-viewer from the enhancer package for those of you who are looking for software to purchase. DOS drivers, PCD. So this is what it looks like. Very, very simple. I just typed in this startups information in terms of what's the protocol. Obvious, but we have to put it in there. It's the URI. My name. You can also embed the password, which I didn't want to do because we're broadcasting it. It's AmiWest. And then the IP address of our target and the share. And we'll connect, and then I'll go show the Windows side. It's dirt simple. All I need to do is to just change directories. Missed a letter. Now it's asking for the password. Uh-oh, I got to get it right. So this is the user and password for the computer. And if I got it right, I must have typed it incorrectly. My bad. Ugh, come on, Bill. Oh, there it is. Okay, I got it right. So now I have access to this laptop's D drive, which is an NVMe disk. All the tools work. We can edit files, although there's nothing really editable in here. I could copy files. We could do copy ndi tools.exe, which is pretty big, to my NVMe device. And we can look at the performance up here at the top. For some reason, someone turned off Windows scrolling. So this is running about 13, 14 megabytes per second, which is actually pretty slow. I've seen it peak out at like 50. Like it'll move at like 50 megabytes per second on the right conditions. So it still is running about 15, 20 megabytes per second, which if you spend a lot of time with OS 4 is a good transfer rate. I can copy stuff from NVMe. Trevor's presentation. Or not. Okay. Maybe the NVMe device died. I don't want to go spelunking in other directories. That's not going to go well. Whoops. Something broke on the NVMe. But anyway, you guys get the idea. It allows you to connect your two machines. You can go to an application. You can do open. We can do multi-edit and maybe go find a file here. Temp file, I don't trust that. Program. This is it's like a Steam library. There's not going to be a lot of stuff. Oh, there we go, some text. So it's just a regular AmigaOS drive. It just happens to be on SMB. So again, Amiga support, OS 3, OS 4, easy to connect to your PC. On the PC, just for completeness, all you do is open up your favorite. Oh, I'm like, where's the mouse? It was over on the other machine. Open up your favorite tool for file viewing. I use Directory Opus. Scroll to your drive or folder, get a folder level, right-click, press the Properties button, and then choose Sharing, and just share it. And once it's shared and the network is set up and everything, you can access that from your Amiga with the username and password. You can turn usernames and passwords off, of course, but that's the easiest way of doing it. Linux has SMB support. Everybody's got SMB support. Your NAS system you buy from Micro Center has SMB support. Super nice for moving files back and forth transparently with the Amiga. Okay? The same thing with FTP. I'm not really going to get into it. There's other videos, but you have Zeta FTP. So now you're running the FTP server on your Amiga. You can connect into that, expose the directories, move files back and forth. I used to do it that way, where from my PC I would pull files over or push them into the Amiga. But with SMB-FS2, I can go to my Amiga and very quickly reach over to the PC and pull files over and vice versa. So now I have both directions with the FTP on the Amiga and SMB-FS. Okay. Any questions? No questions. Good. I'll give the internet here a question. Now we're going to get for the really fun one. This is a lot of fun. Let me minimize this. How many people here use Linux? A lot. We got a lot of Linux users. I'm looking at maybe 200 people in the room here. Sorry, that's the alternate reality in my brain. So, actually, you know what? Connect. You can see audience cam. So that's what I'm seeing from the people online. This is what the audience looks like. It's Sunday afternoon at AmiWest. I'm not too prideful here. I'm going to launch the Linux subsystem for Windows. Does anyone guess what I'm going to do? No. X Windows. If you're a Unix person, you know X Windows. There's a program on the Amiga. Oh, I guess I could have used Frederick's SSH term to reach over in a Linux machine to spawn it, but we'll go back and forth. There's a program on the Amiga. It's a fantastic package called AmiSignix. And if you have an OS 4 machine, I highly recommend it. It is not the fastest thing on the planet. If we go multi-core, I believe it's going to help a lot. There's a lot of ported software that, what's his name, Paul? Eric Schwinn? Edgar Schwann, thank you. Sorry, Edgar. Edgar Schwann has created. Great guy. I've worked with him trying to debug a few things. We don't have Discord in the Pigeon port because something we don't understand wasn't working properly. But there's a GIMP port here, AB Word, if you're going to do Word documents. I'll go ahead and launch it so you can get like a view. One of the things that he's done, and if you're familiar with X Windows, it is a desktop environment. Why don't we start there? I'll back up a little bit. If I hit Start AmiSignets, it's opening a new screen, and it's launching into a desktop. The Amiga Workbench is a desktop. Windows, for all intents and purposes, is the desktop. This is a desktop where I have icons and applications and utilities and control and all that kind of stuff. I'm watching it bang the hard drive over here as it's loading. As I said, it's not super fast, and I never actually run it this way, but you can. Yeah, it's just an Amiga screen. Unfortunately, with Synergy, I can't like throw it over like Tony Stark style. Maybe someday. So here I can run any of these applications. I'm trying to think of something that's like super lightweight that's going to start quickly. I'm watching my Joe Torre Mojo meter in my X5000 showing me the hard drive activity. Thank you, Joe. So, simple game, no problem. This is, for all intents and purposes, a Unix user interface. That's what we're looking at. Very heavy. It's just a lot. What he has done, like, it's slow. What he's done is he said, okay, well, what if I don't want to run the entire thing? What if I just want to run ABI Word? And that's where this start application standalone. So if I double check it, it'd be like, okay, how do you want it to look? What engine do you want me to use? So all sorts of stuff you can read about. And it's going to launch on the Workbench and be much more application-like and less like I am booting another computer inside your computer. And so it's still X Windows. It's still a little bit slow. But eventually it'll fire up here. I don't know why my disks are slow. I got to check my file system. This is a little slower than it should be. Could also be one of my beta updates. Could be. Could be. I did, but this is more holistic. I could switch it all to NVMe. It might be faster. I got to try that. So this is like ABI Word. It's a great program. This is an ancient version, but it's just text. Like, I don't need AI yet in there. One of the things that you can do with the with X Windows from the very beginning is promote your application. So the application is running on A, but the display is on B. And that was the old client-server architecture of the ancient universe, where you had a big giant computer and 1,000 users, and you're running X Windows, and then you need an application. What it's doing, AmiSignets, is launching an X Windows client and then a server, and they talk to each other. That's how it works. So there is a tool here under prefs. This is like the magic piece of information if you want to make this work. So this is what you got to pay attention to at home. If you click server access, and it was broken and he posted an update, I think it's in the packaging. You can type in the permitted hosts who are allowed to talk. Because in the beginning, X Windows has always had IP-based security. I'm sure it's better now, but it had IP-based security. This display number is also very important because X Windows is a Unix program. It's super unopinionated about what the numbers are, but they matter when you're doing something in that local session. So here you can see display window 1, and here's the IP address of my laptop. So what I'm going to do is I am going to fire up the start server only, and I'm going to hit use. And the width of the driver, video driver, go read his docs on all that stuff. I don't want to get into it here. So now I just have a window and there's nothing in it. So what I'm going to do is pop over to my PC laptop running the Linux subsystem, and you can do this from a Raspberry Pi. Do it from whatever you want. And I'm going to say export, display, and this is all X Windows goo you can look up. 192, 168, 137, 106, :1. So I told this local shell session that when an X Windows application starts, tell it your display is over there, and over there is my Amiga. And if we want to have some fun with this, I can pop into VNC. And I can launch my Windows subsystem thing here. And I can say, and there's an ancient program called Xeyes. And if it works, where is it? It should be there. Yep, it's display one. There it is. Oh, it's in the middle. It was buried by the window. When I first did it, it popped up over here. So now you can see I've got Xeyes. And on the PC, it's absolutely there. So let me go back. So I was going to have some fun with this. I hadn't tried this particular demo, which is why it took me by surprise. So now we've got the eyes. So notice the eyes are not moving because the mouse is on my laptop. If I move the mouse to the X5000, the eyes start moving because they see the mouse, which is synergied onto the other screen. Okay, so that's interesting, right? We're looking at Xeyes. What about something more interesting, like, I don't know, Firefox, perchance? So here's some errors. I'm running Firefox on this PC. I'm looking at it through my Amiga. So if I wanted to go to like Wikipedia, is it fast? It's not blindingly fast. I'll click here. But it is the Firefox rendering engine, so it looks correct. And it's not entirely unusable, speed-wise. It's not terrible. So if you're looking for a better browsing experience on your OS 4 system, this is a way of doing it where you can take a better browser and make it show up on your Amiga. So this is a very cool tool. There's a lot of Linux applications that are interesting and fun. We talked about GIMP earlier, which is the GNU image processor. You can use that. There is one major stumbling block today. There is a command in X Windows called rand-r that Edgar has not implemented yet. It's in the 1.7 protocol. He's at 1.6, which means we're close. But a lot of things that I've tried, like the Discord client and things like that, say I need rand-r. Computer sciencey reasons, don't need into that, but they don't run. They just can't work because our, I guess actually I got it wrong. Like this is the server and the other side's the client. But anyway, our server does not have the ability to run that command. So the application just doesn't function. So it's a little bit of trial and error, but it's another way of getting applications on your Amiga system. And of course, you can full screen this, so it can be off on its own window, all that kind of fun junk with this. Oh, you know what I have not done? Yeah. Yes, Trevor. Yeah. Yeah, this is an Amiga application. So you can, the question is, can you copy and paste from the X Windows side and local? Yes. If you go to save a file, the file system says, you know, here are your Amiga disks. So you're working in GIMP, and the processing is here, but you hit the save button, and it shows you the file systems over there. So there you go. There's the AmiWest web page running a Firefox on an Amiga in a quasi sort of roundabout way. Okay. What else do I want to do? So that's kind of high level what I wanted to show is just some ways that you can connect the systems together. Of course, if you have an Amiga and you want to see like debug output or whatnot, MobiXterm on a PC will let you open that up, save the session, makes it very easy to get access to data. That's awesome. You can do like the MMC which is a cable you can buy for your A1222 or X5000. You can get access to the baseboard controls, so you can like turn it on, turn it off, see voltages, all that kind of stuff, and connect that over to the PC as well. Which one? So the question from Trevor is remote desktop. We do not have a remote desktop server. We have a remote desktop client. So you could absolutely use Darren's remote desktop, our desktop, to view the PC. So if you want to bring the PC screen to the Amiga, you can do that. There is also Twin VNC. I prefer VNC for my cross communication of screens, because the VNC protocol allows you to project the screen on the PC to the I got to remember the password. Actually, that was local. No, 3. Anyway, I set up VNC over here. I just forget the password. If you use the R desktop client, it's actually the RDP protocol, and it's got some better features. But on the Windows machine, it doesn't really take your desktop and show it to you. It logs in as a remote user. And so if you're doing something, it may or may not survive that. And if you're doing anything like playing EverQuest and you want to like move your guy around, it doesn't work very well because the RDP session uses a virtual GPU. So it works, but if you disconnect, the game blows up. Whereas if you run VNC, you can log in from anywhere on the planet, move your guy around, and let the mobs come because you're trying to get your Slayer quest, and then log out, and then come back, and it's there again because the virtual GPU. So I read that somewhere. Yeah, any other questions? Thank you, Trevor. Let me check online. Yep. Yeah, you can also use VNC to connect to another machine and run the browser there as well. I like the X11 version because it's a little closer. Like we're inching closer to getting our browser fixed. Yeah, Tony. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the question is, what does a VNC server have with regards to acceleration? I mean, I don't know what low-level libraries and stuff are missing to do that. I don't think so. I mean, we do have the VA libraries, which do allow for access to the encoders and whatnot. If he's using the graphics library of the Amiga, then in theory, if somebody were to accelerate the Amiga graphics library, it should help there. I don't know. I mean, X Windows is very TCP intensive, and our TCP stack is not super fast. It's very functional, and it's dated but complete. So I think that's actually more of the bottleneck, is more in the overhead of packets, because that's not natural for the platform. Where in Unix, it's a lot more natural. So I could be wrong. If someone has a better technical explanation, please. But that's my kind of understanding of how it works together. What else do I got? I did want to show one other thing briefly, but I have, let me shut down the VNC server because it's using a lot of CPU. You can see that bar at the top because it's constantly doing a lot of memory work to figure out if anything's changed on the screen. I was talking to Roger about YouTube, and everyone loves YouTube. There is a tool that we have on OS4 Depot called AIO Streams. One of two. I'll get you, Paul. And if you do the AIO Streams, forgot the extension. So you can look up the parameters, but this is search for videos that contain the word Amiga in them. And the way this works is actually something I didn't realize till recently, but it reaches out to George's server, collects the results, and spits them back at you. But you can play these URLs. Let me try to find something that looks safe, because who knows what you're going to get. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need no babies.
Actually, you could stream your own.
You know, it just dumped my Synergy text into there. Yeah, we could stream the stream, but that would be bad. Sorry. I get confused as to where my paste buffer is going to come from. Glorious games ever made. Oh, here's one a lot. No, see, that's not... If it's got like 47 million hits, that is not an Amiga video. You should probably not play that for the first time in a crowd of people. Let's see if I can get this one going. Edit, copy. Oh my gosh. The mouse is on this like table thing. It's hard. Paste. So this should fire off a motion. Oh, I think I need URL, right? Yeah, -U. Sorry, George. You got to work on your usability. And the audio's live, so it should fire off. It might be a little laggy, too. The network here is interesting. Give this a second. There's another tool called YT-Rex, which Paul actually does a lot of work on as well. And YT-Rex, I don't think it has a search feature, does it?
That's why I wrote the script to send you.
Oh, the one like 8 months ago that I haven't tried yet? Yeah. Okay. So YT-Rex is a little bit different. Let me copy.
Rex does a better job with DRM stuff, and it's also more up to date with the improvements of Google.
So what Paul is telling me is YT-Rex is a little further ahead in its development and compatibility. Yep. I mean, there's no reason why none of this stuff can't get like a little Hollywood user interface stuck on top of it, so it becomes a GUI, but just work that hasn't happened. So here what it's doing is I said YT-Rex, it's all set up. There's a little bit of work there, but it's worth it. It gets the name, and it's saying, what do you want to do with this sucker? We can watch it, or download it. So I'm going to press 1 just for brevity's sake, and we'll say play it. And so this is a motion player going to YouTube to play the video. The network here is through the 5G. It's super laggy, but plus that machine's doing the live stream and all of it. But it does work. It does work. It's just a network problem here locally.
So the other thing you can do with YT-Rex is you can set it up as pop-up menus in your browser.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So if you see a link to YouTube, you can just right-click on it and say play.
So what Paul's saying is you can integrate YT-Rex into your browser experience. That was funny. Did you see what was on the Commodore 60, the CD32, the logo? Yeah. I just spotted it because I've been spending a lot of time with the CD32 and I just noticed it. I've never seen this video before, but look at the top left corner of the actual console. SHIT is what he wrote on it. He removed the Amiga and he put it there. Anyway, with YT-Rex, you can integrate it in like iBrowse and other browsers. So if you go to a page that has a YouTube link, you can just right-click and say, give me that link, and click through the menus to play the video outside of the browser experience.
You can just play it straight.
Yeah.
No clicking.
Oh.
Companies emerged like Nintendo and Sega to pick up
See?
pieces
Audio works
and
too.
resurrect the...
And it works at high res. If I was home, I'd totally play the high res version because I got fat bandwidth at home. Okay. Any other questions? I don't know who this person is, but thank you for supporting the Amiga. Any other questions? Anything you guys want to see on OS4? Any questions about OS4 I could answer while I'm here? Broadcasting? Anything? Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, most people here are massively hungover. So intuitionbase.com.net. Is it com or net? Did I spell that right? Oh God. Are we going to see girls? No. If you're not aware of it, as I talked about on Saturday morning, intuitionbase.com has been restored. It's been cleaned up. LD deserves a hug for the amount of work that he's done on this. Hey, LD. I mean, LD, if you buy an A1222, you should make a shrine to LD because, like, what LD has done for that platform as a beta tester is insane. How many games did you run? 250? Yeah, a lot. Like, ran the game, played it, wrote down what happened, put it in a database, I'm guessing, from the way your output comes out. Like, hardcore, does this work or not? It really was inspirational from beta testing perspective. But this is a great site for questions about compatible hardware. And if you're standing at the Pacheco Electronics Recycling and you're looking at the stack of video cards or the sound cards, and you want to be like, oh, there's a $5 PCIe sound card. Does it work? You can open up your phone and navigate to this website and be like, where's my sound cards? Graphics, RAM, scanners, where is it? There. And it has a list of sound cards with like the chipset, so you can bust out your phone and be like, what's that chipset? I use it all the time. So it's pretty much up to date now. I don't know if it has Herald's drivers listed here. Maybe. I don't think, because they're not technically available, they're not here. But we'll make sure they get in there when they, if he ever decides to release those again, or if they show up somewhere else. So it's a great site for, will this work with my OS4 system? Again, thinking about Tabor users, people coming online who are new to OS4, it's a wonderful resource to find compatible software. Here's a commercial software listing. The team has literally gone through here and verified that you can go buy this stuff still, somehow, some way. And it's been cleaned up. It's a shorter list. It's definitely a shorter list than it was 2 months ago, because a lot of stuff is not available anymore. So if you own Amiga OS 4, you should check out this website and learn about different software, hardware. There's compatible software, much bigger list, native and classic. Anyway, it's fantastic. The other major resource is OS4 Depot, if you have an OS4 machine. A lot of software pops up on AmiNet, still stuff there. You can run a lot of Amiga stuff. But OS4 Depot is 100% OS4 focused. Most things will show up here pretty quickly. Here's the touch driver that we're running at the demonstration here. Alfredo did an amazing job. He's been working really hard on it over the last couple years. The multi-touch, can't wait for that SDK to come out. Hint, hint. There's a great location for various software. If you've not seen Media Vault, this is an amazing tool by our buddy George. You can go and like play audio streams. Works super well. Wow. You can search podcasts. I keep asking him to put YouTube in here, but he doesn't want to do it. It'd be a perfect interface for YouTube. We don't really have a touchscreen friendly user interface. That thing is small. iGame is another thing that George picked up. This is a pretty cool tool. So you can find games and launch them. I was talking to Dan earlier about the adventure games. What I did was I loaded the whole list here. I probably shouldn't show this because I don't want to go to jail, but showed the whole list. And I went to like the earliest games because I have all the years. And that was kind of cool. Like, okay, what was life like for the kids in 1986 with their games? And started like looking to see what was here, like super old games. Bard's Tale is in here. Anyway, we'll put that away. So that's a great utility. iGame, eGame I've shown in the past, Emotion, D Player. Okay. Any other questions or? Okay. Well, that is the end of my OS4 presentation. And thanks everyone for coming. We have about an hour left of the show. People are going to start cleaning up and packing up. I'm going to be doing the same thing. And start to pack up, and we'll officially wrap at 5 o'clock. Thanks, everyone. So Jamie knows the video that Jamie Kruger, who's been here a couple times, knows that video and says the angry nerd guy hates the CD32 and actually throws it in the trash at the end of the video. I'm glad we didn't watch that all the way through because we don't need any of that here. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, folks on the stream, thank you so much for another. Hey, Paul, can you turn the lights up for me? For another fantastic AmiWest show. You know, I can grab the GoPro. Hopefully, I'm not going to make anybody seasick. But just because I know everyone at home is always curious how the magic happens. So this is the broadcast booth. We've got the large bottle of booze. That's for later. I've got my own private 5G network. That's a wireless cam, but it's wired in. This is a PC that I built specifically for the broadcast. I think all the parts, all told, are about $200 because the electronic recycling place, Joe there, is fantastic and it's good. Grabbed one of my big monitors from home, wireless keyboard, and my tank mouse. One problem, I'll say, is the black mouse on the black mat was a bad move. I'll try to fix that next year. This is an old Atari mixer, Radio Shack mixer I use to control levels to the computer. This is the show mixer that we've used for many, many, many years and was giving me all sorts of fits last night and yesterday. Down here is our equipment we use for the, it's kind of dark, I don't know why I can't see that, for our transmitter packs. This is the one that Trevor used that's like junk. So it doesn't have a label. I didn't bring my label maker. Yeah, so this is my broadcast booth. I'm now going to pack everything up so I can take it home. The projector up there that we've been using in the show was working this year. We have the remote, and it's freaking fantastic. It's so bright. It's so nice inside this room. That's from Alex Perez. He's a great supporter of the show. Gary's presentation last night was amazing. Some audio issues. I did my best with that. I got to get better microphones so I can handle more situations, but those things are not cheap. I've got a lot of stuff to pack up. You can see all the boxes that I bring to make all this happen. So I got a lot to pack up and get home for my my wife and my kids who need me. Daniel Darby says, thank you, you are welcome. Have been lost, has it been found? OS4 source code to what? No, the OS4 source code had not been lost. It is 100% secure, safe, backed up, and available and can be used. Yeah, thank you, Jamie, for jumping in there. When is Amiga getting Wayland? Yeah, never. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, everyone online. Really appreciate it. I know we had some troubles on Saturday. Seems to be a recurring theme these years. I'll try to do better next year. I thought I could fix the hotel's network, and we just have to abandon it because we understand now where the problems are, and it's even harder to fix than without like actually rebuilding their network and figuring out what is going on here and getting them to spend more money from Comcast. I don't know what we're going to do. But the solution we have now is working, so we're going to stick with that. Yes, it's a 5G. Alex Perez brought his monster unit, and it does work here, so it's wonderful news. There's also a Porsche dealer going in next year to the site, like across the parking lot, a Porsche dealer. So my guess is we're going to get really good cell coverage by next year because all the Porsche people are going to want to look up their cars online when they're standing there waiting for them to get fixed. And that's going to help us a ton. Great show, amazing energy, lots of new people. Hey, Brian, Marshall, how many people we have total, you think? Saturday, today, like, how many people came, do you think? 80? At least. I think it was over 100. Yeah, because people come for like 20 minutes and leave on Saturday. What do you think, Marshall? Yeah.
One, I'm terrible at estimating, and two, I
Perfect.
look at the show floor all that much. So, I mean, the banquet right alone, we know had
60 plus at the banquet.
And so we figured that there's quite a few people who didn't come to the banquet.
Yeah.
It seemed unreasonable to say it was over 100.
Yeah, easily over 100. Yeah. Logically deducing the number puts you over 100. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we had 68 at the banquet.
Yeah, we did.
So, and that wasn't even
And we didn't even run out of food.
which was amazing.
Yeah.
You know, because we only ordered 59 orders.
Well, next time we're going to order 50 for our 68 people. Save some money. Lower that ticket price. Yeah. The chicken was a little dry. Like, that was the only problem this year. Because it got here before the show closed. Like, we could have eaten at 5 because it was here. But that, I mean, in the grand scheme of AmiWest things, it was not the worst food we ever had. We had enough of it. The horror stories.
And the rest of it, I enjoyed quite a bit.
Yeah.
Actually, that broccoli salad they had.
The salad, the broccoli salad was good. The tomato kind of Greek salad was good. The food was good at the banquet. Thank you, Brian. We kind of settled on a good one. Yep. There's Brian from the side. Whoops, wrong button. So, anyway, again, thanks to the sponsors. Buy Amiga 1222s, pluses when they're available. It's not the end of the world, but the longer they don't sell, the longer it's going to be before we can move forward on at least more hardware. The demand will create demand. It's quite simple. Great turnout this year. Dan stopped by Salvato and said he had an amazing time, and he's like, I'm coming back next year. This is not a European show. God bless. What they do for the Amiga 38 this year, even as a one-day show, is incredible. The energy that the exhibitors put in, but it's so much larger. It doesn't have that kind of personal kind of connection you get to make with people. So I'm watching Bernie and Tony chat over there. You can see him. Bernie's in the red shirt. Robert's packing up his stuff, labeling his tapes. We can cut back to the show floor. So that's Jerry in the green shirt, Kenny in the blue shirt, Trevor in the red shirt, red, green, blue. RGB. So we need to get Jerry and Kenny to flip, and we're good there. I'll fix that pixel later. And you can see people are packing up. Dale Luck's exhibit was amazing. He brought this stuff to VCF. Chris and Alan trucked it up to AmiWest for us. We had the Ranger thermal prototype, the Zorro stuff. It was awesome. We had Chris and Stefan showing off the A4091. Amazing board. Just the work on those things. Francis showing off his Amiga work. His soldering skills are just, I was looking at the pins on his A1200 on the 44-pin IDE, and the other side of the pins, the solder side, and they're way better than anything Commodore shipped. Way tighter. You can see Matthew Lehman running around there talking to Alex Perez. We had Dan, showed up, was here for the DevCon. We put his game out on the show floor. People had a chance to play it. We had the SAC sales table. We had a ton of stuff for sale. Lots of wedged Amigas for sale. Power supplies, little odds and ends. It's not what it was 10 years ago where you could get, we were trying to give away games because we had so many of them. Those are gone now. Those are going to gain a lot of value. I think Aaron from the Amigos bought a ton. Yeah, so I'm going to pack my stuff up. Thank you again. Really, really appreciate it. I've got some work to do on the DevCon streams. I'll try to clean those up, shorten out the blank spots, remove all the NDA material, so watch them soon. These streams should be up. Trevor's was a nightmare because of the damn transmitter pack. But yeah, I think by Saturday afternoon we got pretty clean on the audio. Gary's was a little light. Robert will post his videos, give him some time to do some processing. And we will see you guys at AmiWest 2024, which is next year. And we'll do this all again. But we'll do it better. We'll get better and better.